Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1399 of the War News stream. And we have big news yet again tonight. We've seen that Moscow suffered a major explosion today after a vehicle detonated right in the center of Moscow. We've also seen that Syrian forces are struggling to survive a new civil war breaking out, and also an Iranian-linked ship apparently has escaped from Venezuela and gone into the Atlantic. And Merry Christmas to you all. We have a hell of a Christmas this year, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, folks, we're going to be covering the past 48 hours of the news from around the world on the very last stream that we're running before the Christmas break for this channel on the 24th and 25th of December. While we are going to be running this stream right before the Christmas break here on the channel, this does not mean that we are now going to be giving out those Christmas presents. We're giving them out a little early, because today has had a massive amount of news, along with yesterday, on major developments around the entirety of the globe, and the news has, of course, been quite significant. Over the course of just the past 48 hours, we've been able to hear multiple explosions going off within the streets of Moscow, one killing a Russian general in charge of the entire training apparatus of the Russian armed forces, while another explosion just happened right before we went live on air, and at the moment, the damage has been unascertained. We are still trying to get information on what kind of damage was caused within the streets of Moscow from this explosion, but it appears to have wounded or killed a police officer outright. That we can confirm at the moment. Anything beyond that, we're not entirely sure. Meanwhile, blackouts are now once again hitting the areas of Lipetsk and Nizhny Novgorod, along with Belgrade, as the thermal power plant was hit once again within that area, and we've also been able to see that a Su-34 and an Su-27 were both burned down within a Russian airfield due to Ukrainian partisans just walking in and burning them to the ground. Honestly, one of the easiest partisan actions I've ever seen in history. Meanwhile, we have also seen that at the same time, the Syrian civil war is back again. Many people didn't think that Christmas would be this fortuitous this year, but nevertheless, it appears that we've been quite unfortunate. The Syrian civil war is now starting for the second time, as news emerged that the Syrian Interim Government declared that the Syrian Democratic Forces within the city of Aleppo, which are not present, had conducted an attack against civilians within the area. This led to the Syrian Interim Government conducting what we can only describe as a major battle within the city of Aleppo, while at the same time reinforcements are now racing to the city of Deir ez-Zur to prepare for major offensive actions against the SDF across the Euphrates River. At this moment, the Syrian Interim Government is claiming that the Syrian Democratic Forces are involved in some form of genocides or crimes against humanity, although there is no video and picture evidence of any of these claims to corroborate them. However, we do have an endless volume of video and picture evidence of massacres and genocides that have been conducted by the Syrian Interim Government within the territories that they currently control, leading us to believe that this is not necessarily about dealing with genocides or massacres, but more so about unifying the entirety of Syria under one banner, which would be that of the Syrian Interim Government and al-Jalanis. Meanwhile, we've also heard that the Israelis are apparently providing airlifts of arms and support to the Druze rebels, which have created an autonomous region within the southern area of Syria, once again ensuring that they will be able to fortify themselves and generally resist with greater efficiency any attempts at an attack by the Syrian Interim Government within the near future, meaning that we now have three active factions within the Syrian civil war once again: the Druze Autonomous Region, the Syrian Interim Government, and the Syrian Democratic Forces. We've also been able to hear that the Israelis are quite concerned about potential Iranian attacks that may be happening incredibly soon. The Islamic Republic of Iran did conduct missile tests throughout their country yesterday, and the Israelis are incredibly concerned that this may be some form of a prelude to an actual attack against the state of Israel by Iran's rocket forces operated by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabian-backed forces under the Yemeni government have conducted successful advances down the number 5 motorway within Yemen and appear to be making ground against the Yemeni Houthis within the western part of the country, showing us, at least at the moment, that the Saudi Arabians are finally taking action against the Iranian-backed Yemeni Houthis of western Yemen. Outside of that, we've also seen that the Thai-Cambodia war, aka the Casino War, is still ongoing, with Thai forces now claiming the capture of Hill 500, while at the same time we've also seen more Thai army forces conducting attacks against the Cambodians in limited border skirmishes. Cambodian forces have now resorted to indiscriminate rocket fire, much like we saw in the 7-Eleven war, and appear to be targeting civilian populations in an attempt to cause as much damage as possible, regardless of who is receiving the damage. Meanwhile, the People's Republic of China has started to make further statements condemning U.S. actions, particularly the seizure of a Chinese-owned very large crude carrier near to the coast of Venezuela. We've also heard that they're apparently soon to have 100 intercontinental ballistic missile transport-erector launchers operational within the People's Republic of China, and the People's Republic of China is also preparing for the People's Liberation Army to be ready for a ground and naval invasion of the island of Taiwan by 2027. Once again, putting it exactly on the timetable that we have laid out here on the channel, meaning that our analysis was quite literally spot on. Meanwhile, we've now heard inside the area of the hunt for Captain Craig Sparrow, or I guess you could say the hunt for Bella, the Bella 1, an Iranian crude tanker that is on a sanctions list, was attempted to be boarded by the United States Coast Guard, and for about 3 straight days now, it has been under a high-speed pursuit. As a matter of fact, the last time we were on air on Sunday, this ship was under pursuit, and as of right now, that ship is still under pursuit somewhere within the very fringe of the Western Atlantic. From what we know, the U.S. Coast Guard is trying to bring in more forces to be able to board the vessel, which is leading us to heavily believe that the crew members on board may be armed and may pose a threat to Coast Guard personnel of the attempt at boarding of the vessel at this moment. The Venezuelans have also set up electronic warfare disruptors within the area on their islands near the coastline, while at the same time the United States is continuing to hit alleged narco-terrorist vessels. The U.S. government has also announced a great deal of improvements, or more so as I should say, disimprovements. Or what in the world would the opposite of an improvement be called? Let's see.
A downgrade, I think you could say.
A detriment. They've announced a couple of detriments to the U.S. Navy that are going to be coming around in the future. We are now hearing the return of the battleship, which has been completely abandoned by the entirety of the world, including third world powers like the Russian Federation, because it is strategically not viable. Meanwhile, we have also canceled the Constellation-class frigates to replace them with the FFX-type frigates, which do not have any vertical launch cells on board, meaning that they're sitting ducks in the modern warfighting age in missile warfare in the Navy. So it does appear that the U.S. Navy is going to be weeping quite heavily, and I have no clue why in the world that is being done as far as the battleships and the frigates. Outside of that,
because ship cheap, ship good in the modern day. That's what they say.
Man, amen. but we've also been able to hear, we've also been able to see within Italy that the Prime Minister have stated, if you thought things were bad this year, it only gets worse. Which is very reassuring to hear. Meanwhile, a giant a gas tanker on a highway in Italy exploded about the same time she said that. We've also seen that within the state of Ukraine, Ukrainian armed forces have been able to inflict significant casualties onto the Russian Federation's armed forces and have generally been able to stop most advances except for one, as the Ukrainian armed forces did conduct a withdrawal and retreat from the city of Seversk today due to Ukrainian defense positions being built several miles further back towards Slovyansk, and Ukrainian forces are currently in a retreat to fortify and man those positions and prepare for the next Russian attacks along the open plain, which have made quite literally no progress over the past 3 years until today. So with that, it is time for us, folks, to get on into all the massive news that we have over the course of the day.
Wait a minute. You forgot. You almost forgot. The Italians also said, by the way, speaking of Merry Christmas and things like that, they said, don't worry about this year being terrible. Next year will be even worse. So you can look forward to that.
Oh, and we will. but beyond that, folks, it is time for us to get on into our news for the day, starting with our largest stories first, and then working our way on down into the smaller stories of the night. We're going to be making sure to get on into that. It is tradition, of course, on this channel. And I do have to say, folks, that this is, just to make this clear for everyone who's joining us right now, this will be the last Enforcer stream before Christmas. We will not be running a stream on the 24th of December, and we will not be running a stream on the 25th of December. If major news happens, you can guarantee that a short war video will come out to cover that news if it happens on the 24th or the 25th, but we will not be running streams during those days. The next stream will run on the 26th of December at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 72 hours of the news from around the world. But with that, it's time for us to get on into the big news of the day, and let us move on directly into the city of Moscow. The city of Moscow has been doing quite poorly recently. Along with the Russian Federation dealing with significant financial issues, Moscow has found itself under strenuous attacks by Ukrainian drone and missile forces over the past several weeks, pretty much every single night. Last nights were no exception, and it appears that drone and missile attacks may not be the only concern of Russian personnel and Russian officials that find themselves within the city. The city of Moscow is truly an amazing and incredible place as far as the security apparatus is concerned. They have multiple levels of security, with the security getting stronger with each and every single passing of the ring roads that you make towards the Kremlin. From what we have been able to see, we've seen yesterday that something a little bit unfortunate happened. A Russian general was killed within the area. In a car bombing, no less. Apparently, the IRA is back in action. We don't know who in the world planted the bomb, but apparently the Russian general got inside of his automobile, backed it out of this parking lot, and moved it a short distance to where the vehicle spontaneously combusted and exploded, killing the general and generally destroying the vehicle. You can actually see his beater of a car right there in the middle of the crime scene tape, and you can see that the front bumper has been blown clear off. It appears that, much like Andrew Tate, this thing has no chin line. But nevertheless, we can see the footage here, showing us the damage to the vehicle and also the Russian personnel that have responded around the area.
Oh, sounds like somebody else is getting popped in the distance.
Man, dude, that's the security team getting put out. Like, they're like, you didn't do your job. It's like, damn.
It seems almost like his vehicle was almost in the middle of the street. Like, he must have, tried to take off or something, it seems like.
Yeah, apparently it rolled a little bit. It actually got underway and moved before it exploded, from what we can tell and what has been told after the fact. Currently, Russian investigators are looking into this matter and trying to figure out how in the world the bomb was planted, and not only that, how strong the bomb was. The bomb was apparently strong enough that we understand that the general was actually killed outright from the explosion, apparently suggesting that it was some form of a shape charge that directed most of its energy into the driver's seat, considering that most of the car, at least near to the front, was largely intact. We have been able to get a little bit more info about this general, pictured here, which honestly looks like some sort of an insert PNG or a stock footage picture of what a Russian general would generally look like. But from what we know, this general was Fanil Savarov, who served as the head of the Operational Training Directorate of the Russian Armed Forces and has actively been involved in the war in Ukraine. This is something that is quite wild, considering the fact that this guy is quite on up there. TRADOC, which is what is called in the United States, is an incredibly important command to be in charge of, as every single new member of the military or anyone getting into the Corps of Officers generally will be having some form of oversight conducted, at least on their cadre, by TRADOC within the United States of America. This guy sat in a very similar position. While training is not really a priority within the Russian Federation, I think many people know that, this guy is still somewhat important and way on up there as far as the Russian Ministry of Defense's chain of command is concerned. And his death is showing that apparently security for Russian officers and generals, all the way up to the literal training directorate commander, are not safe from Ukrainian attacks. We were able to see another picture of the destroyed car. We assume that at this point, his corpse had been removed from the vehicle after the explosion, and they were simply going over the scene and making sure to secure it for investigators later. You can also see that this thing did take quite a decent bit of damage, but one thing that is incredibly interesting is that while the front bumper appears to have been completely vaporized, most of the car at the front of the engine, or near to the engine bay, is actually intact. And once again, that's starting to suggest that there was quite an extensive bit of explosive force used, but most of it had to have been directed within a specific direction, possibly suggesting some form of a shaped charge that was used in this attack. We can also see another clip here from inside the ambulance, but that doesn't really generally show anything, so we're not going to show that here. Nevertheless, what's even crazier is that while that happened yesterday, and it was a significant attack on a top Russian commander, we've also been able to understand that another car blew up today. Another one in pretty much the same place. This was about a half mile to a quarter mile away from where the general was killed just last night, and another car appears to have exploded just tonight. You see the car.
That's crazy. It's in the same spot right there too. It's literally like right down the street from the other one.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. It's like there's a rash of car bombs within this parking lot. We can see the Russian police responding to this explosion as well. And we can also see, moving on from that, and a little bit of additional evidence of this second explosion. And we were able to see a couple of the clips right here from the second explosion. So let's take a look. We can see what appears to be some form of a shoe. It's not an Adidas, which is actually quite rare in Russia for a shoe to not be an Adidas tennis shoe. Oh, there's another one.
I think that's wait a minute, I think that's two different shoes right there. That looks like a loafer on the left, and it looks like a sneaker on the right. So I think this might be two different individual shoes that we're seeing right here.
Or, Matthew, it may be one Russian who was wearing mismatched shoes.
Now, you see, I didn't think about that. That is something possible.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. It is Russia, after all.
Yürümüşler herhalde. Yanık kokusu geliyor.
We see them wandering through the debris field left behind from the second car explosion.
Abi ayakkabılar burada.
And just generally parsing through the debris. This debris was actually spread over a wide area, suggesting that this explosion was a lot more brutal and less directed, at least in where the explosive force went. We also saw some additional clips here showing some other video of the Russian police finally arriving after the car exploded.
Bak ışık yanıyor ya. Şurada alev var. Dumanlar, alevler yükseliyor. Haymana halkı burada.
We can also see a UFO in the distance inspecting the situation.
Çamurdan çıkamıyor. İnsanlar yardıma koşuyor. Haymana burası.
Moving on from that clip, we also got to see the Russian police responding.
Еще больше стало, и скорой, и ментов, смотри сколько. Вон, пожарка. Вон еще одни едут.
Quite a lot of police. It's a little bit crazy that they didn't secure this area, considering that a car bombing had happened here literally just the night before, and now they're responding to a second car bombing literally right next to where the first one happened.
It's almost like they don't really care about safety or scene security almost.
Man, you know, it really is more so like someone in the Russian police the night before said, "Cut the phone lines, stop the spread of disinformation," and it stopped anyone from responding, so it apparently happened twice. That's what happens when you live in Russia, folks. Even generals are not safe when they're out in the city streets.
You got to admit, though, that's pretty brazen for whoever this attacker was that planted these bombs on these vehicles. That's brazen. They went to the same place, basically the scene of the crime, and did the exact same one over again just a day later. That's pretty bold for, like, especially if it was like a Ukrainian operative. That's a bold attack.
It is pretty bold, but you know what? Something else is interesting. Who's to say that they didn't plant both of these bombs within the same day, and it just happens to be that one car was started yesterday and the second car was started today, leading to the explosions happening on different days?
Possibly so. Without knowing more about what munition was used and how it was set, it's kind of hard to tell, but it could be possible that maybe it was just, rigged on the vehicle to go whenever they moved it, maybe.
Possibly so. And here's another clip here. Take a look at this one. Oh. Oh!
Oh, wow.
Oh my
God! Was that the second one? Was that the second one that went off?
Yes, that is the second car.
Jeez, yeah, I think that was a lot different than the first. I mean, the first one seemed like it was a lot more precise than that. This one here was just this was massive.
This one got turned into molten steel. The other one just kind of had like an explosion that blew the front and back bumpers off. This one, I think, melted on the spot or was vaporized on the spot. One or the other. But quite a large explosion. That is for sure. We do know that at the moment, currently, there appears to have been one Russian police officer that was wounded or killed as a result of the explosion. We're not entirely sure which, and we can once again see that the Russians have responded en masse on this explosion. I think many of y'all can kind of get the idea that the Russian police officer that apparently has been a casualty at this point probably didn't survive the atomization of the car that we just watched on the security camera a second ago. So we'll leave it at that. Still, the streets of Moscow are less safe now, not from Ukrainian drone and missile attacks, but from, we would suppose, some form of partisan attacks that are being conducted within Moscow right now. And Moscow isn't even safe just from that alone. They're also not safe from their financial situation either, which is getting worse with every passing day. Before we get on into that, though, I do want to make sure that we ask y'all your thoughts about this second explosion that just occurred within Moscow right before we went live on air, right after the Russian general got killed yesterday, and both explosions happened within basically the very same area of the city. Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right. So apparently whoever planted the first explosive on the car in Moscow apparently returned to the same spot again, or either planted those bombs at the same time, because we did see today a second major explosion rip through Moscow, and this was a much larger explosion. I would say it looked 3 times larger than the original one. So it's around the same location. So what are your thoughts? 67% said Ukraine is taking out Russian generals, while 19% said Russia's eliminating troubled generals and maybe giving Putin a hard time, and 6% said it seems like something else. And, Ukraine taking out generals right in the center of Moscow like that, it is possible. But this happened 2 days in a row we know the first guy was a general. The second person, I think, might be a mystery man. I'm not really sure who the second guy was that was the target. We obviously heard a police officer was severely injured in that explosion, but he was not the target. That was just a collateral damage there from that second explosion. So, me personally, with this happening right in Moscow like this, and the FSB has Moscow locked down heavily, so for a Ukrainian operative to be freely operating for 2 days in a row, or even planting multiple bombs on several vehicles, that's very hard for me to believe. The FSB is incompetent, but they're not that incompetent. So I'm actually with the minority. I'm with the 19%. I think Russia's actually eliminating some of these troubled generals that could be being perceived as threats to the Putin regime. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd actually have to go with the 67%. I'd say that's highly likely that the Ukrainians are actually taking out these generals, as we have not heard anything about the training directorate throughout the entirety of the war, as far as it giving issues to the Russian Federation's armed forces or to Putin himself. On top of that, the Ukrainians have conducted attacks against Russian generals in Moscow several times before. It's just been an incredibly long time since we've seen one of those attacks happen, and most of them have been quite successful. Very few of them have failed. Generally, the only ones that we know about have actually succeeded, and usually ended up taking out that very general. So I would say that, in my opinion, I think this is a rash of Ukrainian attacks that are once again happening within the city, and they're attempting to wipe out these Russian generals whenever an opportunity arises, no matter what command or what sort of units they're in charge of at the end of the day. So I would say that this was a wildly successful attack by the Ukrainians if I had to take an assumption as to who did it and why this is happening so frequently now, literally every single night, but quite successful to say the least if we were to assume that it was the Ukrainians. However, we've also been able to hear, speaking of things that are dying, like generals in Moscow. We've also heard that the Russian economy is quite literally dying. Many of y'all have known that we've talked about the books being cooked within Russia. And you can actually see the REPO loans that the Russian central bank has been providing to quite literally cook the books whenever a bad situation is going on. This makes sure that it keeps the liquidity at least at some form of a stable level, so that way it doesn't completely collapse. Recently, just around the time of this year, of just about the last month actually, the amount of REPO bills, or at least loans, have been skyrocketing to quite literal record high levels, almost to twice the level that it's ever been at its highest historically. And it appears that there is absolutely nothing that can be done anymore, because it is not balancing the liquidity inside of the Russian Federation in the billions of rubles. As a matter of fact, it actually appears that there is no more cooking of the books that can be done. People are still running on the banks so badly, the banks can't even stop this anymore. Even with REPO loans, there's just no way that they can do this. It's impossible at this point, and economically, the Russian Federation cannot survive much longer. They are at the wits' end and the ropes limit as far as economic abilities goes, and these REPO loans being issued at absolutely record high amounts, which have been used over the course of the entire year to try and stabilize the economy, are no longer having any real impact on the situation as far as the liquidity of funds within the Russian Federation to issue loans with is a doomsday scenario. Because of this, the Russian Federation is still dealing with a rapidly shrinking amount of monetary reserves, which can be used to issue out loans to Russian corporations and Russian financial institutions. With that in mind, these Russian banks are about to run out of money, and they're about to have to start calling up these loans early and telling people to pay them back right now, otherwise their bank is going to go into liquidation. This is going to lead to a great deal of companies having to default on their loans and go into bankruptcy or receivership, while at the same time, the Russian public is still trying to withdraw money. Considering that they're going to keep trying to withdraw money, these banks will have no option but to also declare bankruptcy and start the liquidation process as well, meaning that any money that may have been left or any loans that those banks owe to other financial institutions will also collapse, which creates a chain reaction. This is actually the very same chain reaction outside of the REPO loans that was seen in the 1929 Great Depression, and it was actually the run on the banks and the collapse of major U.S. banks that led to the Great Depression. Before that, it was only going to be a recession at worst. But it was actually all the financial panics, especially the run on the banks that happened after the stock market crash, that turned the recession into a full-on depression, and the worst one that the U.S. had ever seen in its history. This appears to be something that's going to be happening to Russia, and when a depression happens in a war, usually wars end. There isn't really a way to finance a war if you're running entirely out of money, and either the front line's going to stabilize, or the Russians are going to start getting pushed back, or the exorbitant amount of money that the Russian government has to spend on the military means that they will stop being able to pay, at least for a large amount of their soldiers, I guess you could say, salaries or generally equipment, and that will lead to large parts of the Russian army literally disappearing overnight or rebelling against the government due to the fact that they are no longer being paid, but are most likely going to be continued to force the fight.
Well, that's wild, because when you really think about it, you remember that report we got yesterday that apparently Russian commanders are making the troops buy their own drones, buy their own ammunition, and sometimes even their own weaponry. That may be because we're seeing right here, once again, they're having huge financial difficulties, and instead of cutting the pay to the soldiers, they're simply cutting back on the ammunition purchases and also on the drone purchases, and simply using the Russian salaries to buy it through their money, basically.
Yeah, it seems like that really is probably the reason why they are forcing their soldiers to buy all that equipment, is because the Russian government probably doesn't have enough money to even throw around anymore for people to buy drones or anything small and relatively inexpensive on a military scale like that. Outside of that, though, and moving on out of Moscow, we're actually going to be moving on down into Syria to cover a brand new story that's just developed over the past 2 days with all of y'all. And it's one that I gotta say, folks, is a little bit funny, because I remember that not too long ago, there was a great and illustrious claim made by a former leader of an al-Qaeda cell who took over control of Syria after al-Assad fled the country due to the Syrian Arab Army collapsing right in front of him. Al-Jawani made the claim that war would never return back to Syrian lands, and that no such persecutions of Syrian peoples will never happen again, and Syria is finally going to be entering an era of indomitable peace and prosperity. About a month after that, they ended up massacring a whole bunch of people on the Alawite coast, which is the western coast of Syria, near Latakia and Tartus, because a small uprising began in that area due to them being treated like second-class citizens. And then not long after that, the Syrian Interim Government practically went rogue and went down to the As-Sawaida government, which is under the control of the Druze people, and started to conduct a genocide against the Druze, literally killing hundreds of men, women, and children within this As-Sawaida Central Hospital over one of those days. And not only that, killing hundreds or thousands more that we can't even account or document at this moment, as it is so hard to get to the As-Sawaida government. This led to to As-Sawaida and generally the Druze people living within the area to rebel and to create their own autonomous country, which still exists right now. I'll actually show you all this little map right here. That little area down there in pink generally is what they have under their control right now, and it exists at this very moment. Then up here in the green, that's the Syrian Free Army. They're backed by the United States of America, but they don't really do much. So they just kind of control basically endless desert with nobody living in it, and that's basically it. Then up in the yellow is the real American-backed allies within the area, or they used to be. We're not really sure what their position is with the U.S. anymore, but they are basically the American-backed allies within the country, which is the Syrian Democratic Forces, which their area of control is within yellow. These people are made up of a massive amount of different ethnicities. Some people say that it's basically the Kurdish lands, and that's kind of true, but there's about 14 different ethnic groups that make up the Syrian Democratic Forces, and each one of them actually has a representative within the Syrian Democratic Forces provisional government, meaning that every single cultural group gets their say in any decisions made within the Syrian Democratic Forces area of control, and they all get an equal say. This means that the SDF out of them all is generally the most democratic at the moment, and it's also the one that the United States backed and supported throughout the entirety of the Syrian Civil War. Recently, at the city of Aleppo, which is I want to make this somewhat clear, it's entirely, from what we understand, under Syrian Interim Government control, and directly to the east of the city is the Turkish occupation zone. The Al-Jilani government made a statement that the Syrian Democratic Forces in the eastern part of the city had conducted mortar attacks to massacre and kill innocent Arabs within the city of Aleppo, which I went and combed over as much of this as I could, folks, even over yesterday, and I cannot find any proof of that at all. To go over the reasoning why I'm saying that, and I said that in the video the other day that I made, and I'm also going to say it again today because I tried to research it, the closest area of control that we know of that the Syrian Democratic Forces have is within the city of Dar Hafur, right here, near to the area of this lake, and generally closer to the Euphrates than it is to Aleppo. Dar Hafur is about 30 miles away from the nearest outskirt of Aleppo on its eastern side. The closest group to Aleppo that is not the Syrian Interim Government is the Turkish occupational zone, meaning that the SDF is 30 miles away from Aleppo. The Syrian Interim Government claims they're in the eastern area of the city, which I can't find any proof or corroboration of whatsoever. They also claim that they conducted mortar attacks. There is no mortar on the planet that has a 30-mile range. I've looked extensively to see if I could find even one that might be within the SDF arsenal that would have a 30-mile range, and there is absolutely none. The SDF doesn't even control any artillery or rocket artillery that is long enough range to hit Aleppo. So I have no clue where in the world the Syrian Interim Government is making the claim that the SDF conducted attacks against the city of Aleppo and the citizens living within it. Nevertheless, it appears that they went to war with somebody in Aleppo, and it also appears that they're going to be going to war with the SDF in general, but we'll get to that here in a minute. We saw the Syrian Interim Government forces moving in rapidly into the area. Interestingly enough, I also want to add this in as well, on the M5 highway. Now, a lot of y'all may remember that it wasn't too long ago we heard that ISIS took control of the M5 highway and also generally the surrounding areas, and it set up checkpoints to be able to stop any government forces that were coming through or any government officials and basically kill them on the spot. Weirdly enough, the Syrian Interim Government just drove right up the M5 highway and faced absolutely no resistance, although there's ISIS checkpoints near the Idlib area. So that was a little bit odd in one respect in its own. We then saw them making their way into Aleppo in the middle of the night, in this first clip right here. It appeared that they were bringing in some form of a mechanized infantry battalion in the form of these BMP-1s, which possibly had infantry riding inside of them.
So what do you think is going on here? Are they fighting ghosts in Aleppo, or what are you saying about who they're fighting?
I don't know who they're fighting. They're fighting somebody within Aleppo, and they're claiming that they are a part of the Syrian Democratic Forces. But there was clearly some sort of action that did happen. We got plenty of combat footage out of Aleppo, but it couldn't have been the SDF because from what we know, there are no SDF forces in Aleppo. So what we're believing it to be was maybe some form of a Kurdish militia that they were attacking within eastern Aleppo, and they were claiming that they were a part of the SDF to create a larger justification to be able to conduct actions against the Syrian Democratic Forces itself. Basically, the best way I could explain this, and I've never used this word before on the channel, folks, this appears to actually be a false flag that has been set up by the Syrian Interim Government, a lot like the Marco Polo Bridge incident in China that Japan used to justify their declaration of war against the Republic of China. This seems to be incredibly similar because I'm about to lay out the whole story to y'all from what we're seeing everywhere within the country, and it all starts to make a good bit of sense that this is some sort of a fabricated incident that happened within Aleppo. We saw that they moved into the city, and then not long after, we were able to see Syrian Interim Government armor was in action in the area and had conducted a military operation. We heard that apparently, according to some information, from a local Arab tribal leader that had created a militia, they claimed that apparently the SDF, no other group but the SDF, was attacking civilians in Aleppo, although they're 30 miles away from the city, and have pledged loyalty to the Syrian state. This is generally the speech that this leader made. We declare our readiness and willingness to stand with our state and to deter the aggression and defeat of the terrorist SDF militias. We are prepared to offer our lives and souls until the Syrian state extends its control over all of Syria. To the SDF, the answer is what you will see, not what you hear. Now, this is something incredibly interesting to get to as far as this militia leader or tribal leader is concerned. As the second statement that he made as a paraphrase of his speech, until the Syrian state extends its control over all of Syria. This doesn't seem to be any sort of a war where they're just trying to defend the SIG area of control. They're trying to conduct an offensive campaign against the SDF to take control of their territories and bring it under control of the Syrian Interim Government. That's at least what this tribal leader said within the area, which is showing that the general sentiment amongst the Sunni Arabs, which make up the majority of the population under Syrian Interim Government control, they're apparently once again trying to exert their influence over the entirety of the country and pretty much bring all the other smaller ethnic groups within Syria to heel and under their control. So it seems as though this is the beginning of a major offensive by the Syrian Interim Government, which we also have a lot more corroboration of over the course of today's news. We also saw that they whipped out an entire T-72. We don't know when it was brought into the city, but it was actually conducting direct fire action down the streets. I didn't save the video. We weren't really sure if it was copyrighted or not, so I actually removed it from the map. But I can show you all more footage here of the BMPs moving into the city, and also the sounds of firefights that appear to have broken out within eastern Aleppo. So here's all of those clips. We then saw in this clip the sound of firefights.
They are fighting somebody at least. I mean, that's proof they are at least shooting.
Yeah, they are shooting, that's for sure.
What's the possibility, though, that this isn't just a false flag being perpetrated by Jelani's regime to cause a justification to fight the SDF? And what if this is maybe isolated ISIS cells popping up and they're trying to suppress that? Like, what's the odds of that actually happening?
It's highly unlikely. Al-Jelani came out himself and stated that the Syrian Democratic Forces had conducted attacks against civilians in eastern Aleppo, and that the Syrian Interim Government's army was going to be conducting offensive actions to destroy their positions and also their personnel, but they were going to try and negotiate a ceasefire later, and this wasn't the opening of any major offensive. So even by his own statements alone, he did not state that they were ISIS forces. He stated that they were the forces of the SDF.
Interesting. So why would he really need to create a justification to go after the SDF? Couldn't he just do it without the false flag? Because I'm not really understanding why he would need that justification, because it's not out of the picture to go after them if he wants to consolidate control.
It gives a decent amount of backing, at least to the Turkish position, considering that the Turks support the Gilani government, that the SDF, which is majority Kurdish, is an extension of the PKK, which was a terrorist group that existed within Turkey, and it generally goes along the line of theory that the SDF is as terroristic and dangerous a force, at least in the rhetoric, as the PKK was inside of Turkey. This also gives the Syrian Interim Government a defensive justification for a war of conquest, to state that the SDF is a terrorist government and they're not going to allow for it to stand on any form of Syria's territory. That's generally what we would understand, because we already know that the Turkish government has stated multiple times that the Syrian Democratic Forces were, when the PKK existed, aligned directly with the PKK, which was a Kurdish terrorist group that existed within southeastern Syria, and that they provided mutual support and aid to each other. And for that reason, the Republic of Turkey considers the SDF to basically be a terrorist organization. The Syrian Interim Government appears to be mirroring a lot of those statements at that point and using that as a justification against the SDF. Not only that, this also gives the Turks a way into this conflict. Remember, Matthew, how we saw all of those Turkish forces moving around and mobilizing within the occupational areas in northern Syria?
Yeah.
So with all those forces moving around, we could only assume that some form of an offensive action was going to be conducted soon. And this gives the Turks the ability to say, oh yeah, see, the SDF conducted attacks in Aleppo. They're clearly a terrorist group. We're actually going to support and assist the Syrian Interim Government, which we already back and support, in taking over and bringing the entirety of Syria under their control and wiping the SDF out. So I think that's generally the sort of maneuver that they're taking at the moment. So the Turks can also justify their involvement or intervention in support of the SIG against the SDF.
It's just so complicated. I'll be honest. I'm following what you're saying here, but it's just so complicated. There's so many different factions currently fighting inside of Syria. It's hard to keep up with it. And also, I see the folks in the audience are having a hard time keeping up with that as well. Me personally, it just seems like a free-for-all inside of Syria. I know there's technically an interim government in place, but it seems like their control is like hanging on by a thread at this point. Like it's very precarious, and I'm not really sure where the U.S. even stands with this, on this at this point, because they're lifting sanctions on Gilani, who's the interim government leader. But at the same time, though, we've got the Turks over there doing their invasion in the northeastern part of the country. We've got Israel causing trouble. Well, not necessarily causing trouble, but they're supporting the Druze and trying to weaken the Gilani regime. Then they got ISIS popping up around the country. I mean, it's just a free-for-all. And then there's like 1,000 other like little factions that keep causing trouble too. It's a disaster, really.
It really is an absolute disaster, and it's probably not going to end up incredibly well. But I see some people saying that's very complicated. I'll try and simplify it, folks. Gilani and, well, let's just put it this way. The Turkish backside and the Turks are claiming that the Kurds, which are the U.S. backside, conducted an attack in Aleppo, which we have no proof of. So they're all using that, everyone who's on Turkey's side, as a justification to start an offensive against the American-backed Kurds in the northeast of the country. That's basically the best way I can simplify that into something that's a lot easier to digest, because the actual nuance of this is incredibly in-depth, and the only reason that I talk about it easily is because I've been reading and researching about this for years. So it's a little bit easy for me to talk about, but it is a very convoluted sort of a situation. You don't see things get this convoluted in most corners of the world. Syria is one of the rare exceptions, along with Yemen. But still, that appears to be the ongoing situation in Aleppo. But we do have confirmation, folks, also of more fighting within the city of Aleppo, which I'll show you on this clip right here. So there were significant firefights going on, that we can say. And moving on into our last clip right here, we can actually see someone firing in the streets right there. Over the course of yesterday, after these attacks were conducted, al-Jilani stated that these attacks were going to be limited to this right here, and they were not going to be conducting any major offensives against the SDF forces within the northeast of the country. That appears to quite easily be turning into a flat-out lie. We saw along the M20 highway today, and I want y'all to notice this. This is something a little bit important. ISIS currently controls the Palmyra area, and they also control the M5 highway near to the town of Sarakib, or generally the Idlib area. They've set up checkpoints in these areas, and they've conducted an ambush against U.S. forces in Palmyra. So keep that in mind. Now, with all that put together, the Syrian Interim Government's armies are moving generally out of Damascus and right up the M5 highway without facing any resistance. And here in a moment, I'm about to show you that they've reached the Zur down the M20 highway, which goes through Palmyra, without any resistance at all, from what we can tell from ISIS. I'm not saying that the two are connected to each other, but I am saying that it's incredibly bizarre and quite odd and very suspicious that no ISIS cells attempted an ambush against the SIG's forces when they were trying to move on into the area of Deir ez-Zor and Aleppo over the course of the last 2 days. Here's the footage that we have of the armored columns being transported to Deir ez-Zor, apparently to prepare for some form of an eventual offensive action against the SDF near the area of the Euphrates.
هذا الرتل وصل دير الزور الآن وصل الدير هذا الرتل ما له نهاية هاي الآن على دوار الدلة.
We also have been able to see in another clip these vehicles in the broad daylight, so let me show you all that as well.
Nice trucks, by the way. Got to give them a compliment on that.
They do have high-end trucks, that I will say.
They're more like civilian trucks, but they're not really military.
Yeah, they really are. They're kind of like the same trucks that the Israelis use to move around the Merkavas. But outside of that, though, it does appear that this is a fairly significant amount of armor, especially for the Syrian Interim Government, to put within one area. And considering that this is right outside of the city of Deir ez-Zor, it's giving us an idea that an offensive is probably going to be conducted within this area here in the near future. Not only that, to give you all a little bit of an additional bit of info on the situation in the south, we have also confirmed that the Israelis are conducting helicopter operations to resupply the Druze militias with weapons, aid, and cash to be able to buy generally whatever they need. They're attempting to try and weaken the Jelani government, which is backed by the Turks, which the Israelis consider to be a security threat, and they're also fearing that Jelani may be turned into an anti-Israeli proxy. They're hoping in the process of arming and equipping the Druze, they'll be able to, in turn, turn the Druze into an Israeli proxy within the area and use them as a buffer region between the Israelis and the Syrian Interim Government, which is generally backed by Turkey. This has led a lot of people to look at this entire situation over the course of the day and wonder what's going to be happening. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that right now, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so now that Syria has delved into chaos yet again for the millionth time in a row, it looks like 44% said the Syrian regime, meaning Jelani's regime, will likely collapse, while 21% said Syria will likely fight this off, and 17% said the USA will likely protect Jelani's Syria. So this one's a little bit of a complex one. I don't say that lightly at all, because Syria right now is extremely complex. The U.S., to my understanding, is backing Jelani. That's my current understanding right now. Then we have the Turks basically invading in the northeast. Then we have Israel backing the Druze, which are trying to weaken the Jelani regime. Then you have a whole bunch of different ISIS factions trying to rise up and cause hell and chaos everywhere. And then in between that, you have some rebel groups that also are vying for control as well. So in my mind, Syria right now is basically almost without a government. In my mind right now, the country is in chaos, it's fractured, it's splintered, and it's barely being held together. So I would say personally, with all these different interests, mainly Turkish interest, Israel interest, and U.S. interest, I think the Syrian regime is in deep trouble right now. So Jelani may not be there for too much longer. I'm not sure if it's actually going to happen very soon or not, but Jelani's in deep trouble. So I'm actually kind of leaning toward the 44%. I think the Syrian regime is close to collapse, and with this many factions fighting each other, it's just hard to imagine that he can maintain control. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, I would have to say it is a pretty difficult sort of a situation. I don't really know what to make of it, to be entirely honest with you all, but I will have to say this. The situation couldn't be more confusing if you tried to make it. Let me show you all this really quickly, because this is this is a pretty good example of how complicated this entire thing kind of is, really. This is at least a look at the relationship map of all of the involved factions and nations that were backing any group within the Syrian Civil War, and all of the different factions of the Syrian Civil War towards its latter end in about 2023 to 2024. That was what it actually looked like. All of these little lines, the dotted ones and the solid ones in red and blue, are all showing the different forms of relationships that every single faction had with each other. While the USA supports the SDF and the Free Syrian Army, the Free Syrian Army actually is violent and hostile against the SDF. Turkey hates the SDF, although the US supports them, and the US and Turkey are both a part of NATO, and so on and so forth. It is an incredibly complicated sort of a web of relations that you have to break down inside of Syria to really make a lot of sense of it. But it's actually a lot easier than this was back in the day, because most of these factions are gone. But you know, something that is a little bit interesting, folks, is that if you look at it, if you really take a little look at it here, notice that the Hayat al-Tahrir al-Sham, which is the HTS, which is basically in control of the Syrian Interim Government, was founded by al-Qaeda. As you can see there, it split into the al-Nusra, which became al-Qaeda. And then it had a somewhat negative relationship with ISIS in the later years of the war, but honestly really had no issue with them at the beginning, because it was al-Baghdadi, who was the founder of ISIS, who actually allowed the writ of permission for al-Jilani to create the HTS. So it's absolutely insane. Honestly, folks, like I would say it would take about a doctorate level of study to really understand the full Syrian situation. But this was what it looked like in 2024 and 2023. Nowadays, it really is just the SIG, the SDF, the Druze, and then 3 countries that are involved in that right now. The US backs, at least from what we would understand, from what we know, the SDF. The Turks backed the SIG, and the Druze are backed by the Israelis. And neither one of those 3 gets support from anyone else. It's just those 3 countries supporting those 3 factions. The Syrian Free Army doesn't even count anymore. They're basically insignificant. So, with that in mind, I would have to say that considering that the United States seems to be leaning more towards the Jilani government, and we seem to be leaning further away from the SDF, I think we might just sit this back and allow the Turks to support the SIG in an offensive operation against the SDF to take over the northeastern part of the country. I'm actually assuming that will probably be the case, which in my opinion isn't really a good scenario. If anything, I think that the SDF should be the one that's controlling the country at this point, which will be pretty difficult, if not impossible, to pull off. So at that point, we ought to just see if we can create 2 independent states in Syria, with one existing north of the Euphrates River, which will still remain the SDF, and everything south of the Euphrates River remaining as the Syrian Interim Government, and letting the Israelis do whatever the hell they want with the Druze down in the south in the Sawaida government. I think that would be the best situation to see, but for now, I think that we're probably going to be watching a steamrolling of the SDF, to be entirely honest with y'all. So I don't think this is going to turn out too good.
I think personally, I think Syria is always going to remain like this until a large, like a superpower essentially, comes into Syria and takes on this project to basically consolidate power inside of Syria into one, I guess you could say, appointed regime inside the country, because there's so many factions and they're all almost equally powerful. There's some differences between some other factions that may be more powerful than others, but they all have generally about the same capabilities overall. So with that many factions with same capabilities, it's going to be nearly impossible to fund like one of these groups. Like, for example, if the U.S. decides to get behind Jilani, which they have, and they decide to fund his group to let him be the power broker in the area, that's not going to be enough. There's simply too many other factions that could decide to form an alliance and then overthrow Jilani, and then you're back to square zero again when it comes to U.S. interests. So I'm not advocating for the U.S. to go into Syria, by the way, and consolidate. That is not something the U.S. should take on. That is way too big of a project for the U.S. to take on right now. But it's just, Syria is just a very pitiful situation. It's really hard to consolidate it. And like I said, like Turkey and Israel are basically fighting each other to a certain extent through Syria. Israel is poking the Druze, and you got the Turks poking the Kurds, I believe, or they're currently fighting with the Kurds, actually, I think. It's hard to keep up with it, to be honest. But it's just a disaster. I'm not sure if it's ever going to be calmed down.
I would say, folks, this would be the best solution to the situation. This wouldn't work either, but this would be the best solution in a perfect world. But I'll tell you what we're really going to have to do here in a second, in my opinion. The best solution would be for the U.S. to step in and go, look, the SDF doesn't really trust the Syrian Interim Government. The Syrian Interim Government clearly has a bias against the minority populations of Syria. So how about this? How about we create some form of a confederation within the country to where the northeastern part of the country, which will be under SDF control, runs as a semi-autonomous region, while the rest of Syria runs as a completely separate semi-autonomous region. They will have a confederate government, meaning that these regions will still hold the final decision-making power within their regions, but at least it will allow for larger trade and economic cooperation between the two groups, which will only benefit both of them. And also ask for the Turks to withdraw from their occupational zones in the northern part of the country once this situation clearly stabilizes. That would probably be the best solution that we could see. It would generally ensure that there is no civil war that starts a second time between these two groups, if it was possible. That's the heavy if, and it also would start to stabilize the situation in Syria, at least to some extent, although it still would be highly unstable. The reality is that no Syrian government will ever be stable. Jelani is clearly going to become a dictator. That's quite obvious at this point, and he also has a clear bias towards the Sunni Arabs of the country, which he is one of, meaning that they make up the majority of the population. They've already conducted massacres and genocides against the minority populations under SIG control right now, which has sowed seeds of distrust in the SDF, and has also caused heavy resentment in the Druze, which have literally rebelled, and also the Alawite Arabs, which currently have the boot of the SIG on them right now. This situation is going to boil over again, a lot like it did in the Syrian civil war, because that very same mistreatment of the minority ethnic groups in Syria is actually what led, also with the Sunni Arabs as well, but generally led to what was the Arab Spring that started off the first Syrian civil war. So to be entirely honest with y'all, this thing is a house of cards, and it is going to collapse in the future. While I'm saying that a confederation approach would probably be the best one in this scenario, that probably wouldn't really work out either, and probably would be quite fragile and prone to collapse. So this is going to go on for a while, and I don't really know if there's ever going to be another semblance of stability within the Syrian interim government's area, or what Syria is. I just think they're going to be in a constant state of chaos from this point onwards. But anyways,
I just wonder if they're going to be in worse shape, because obviously I don't think anybody can debate this. The last leadership of Syria, al-Bashar, he was awful. Like, he was using chemical weapons on the people. He was doing all kinds of terrible stuff. So he was certainly awful, and the Syrians wanted him gone for all those atrocities that happened over the years. But you start to wonder at some point. It's like, if you have all these factions that are not going to work together and they're going to be fighting each other, and it's going to be endless fighting and endless suffering and killing going on, it's like, while al-Bashar was bad, he did consolidate power in one group generally. So I'm not sure if they're better off or worse at this point if Jelani gets overthrown at this point.
yeah, I don't really know. One thing I do know, though, is for some people who are saying, what does it matter? It matters a good bit, because if we can get some Syrian government to be aligned to the U.S., that means that it's going to be a lot more difficult for Iran to support Hezbollah within southern Lebanon, and also Hamas as well, which will make the situation, at least in dealing with Iranian proxies within that area, a lot more easy for us, and a little bit more easy for the Israelis, although that isn't the primary concern. On top of that, it allows for us to further weaken Iran's ability to control proxy militia and terrorist groups throughout the region, because the Syrian Interim Government, or whatever government we back that will be able to stabilize the country, might be able to put down any uprisings or rebellions that generally are not ISIS-based and are Iranian-based through the IRGC. That means that all we have to do is focus now on the Yemeni Houthis as really the only rogue terrorist group that still would be supported and funded and operated by the IRGC without any real restrictions. So it would be a lot better for the stability of the region, and considering that a lot of the oil that we control outside the United States comes from the Middle East, that is an incredibly important area to invest in and to try and ensure that some semblance of stability will continue to permeate through the region. But with that, we are going to be moving on out of that news and moving on down into Yemen, because speaking of the Houthis, we actually heard that Saudi-backed forces are advancing against the Houthis, crazily enough. Before we get on into that, though, I just realized that a very quick poll was popped up, and I missed it. I didn't read it there for a second, so I'm actually going to circle back here for a second. We've actually been able to hear that Israel conducted covert operations to weaken Jelani's regime, particularly in supporting, rearming, and supplying the Druze rebels within the southern part of the country. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right. So Israel, one of the power brokers currently fiddling around inside of Syria. Apparently, Israel's been conducting covert operations, and honestly, not so covert because we have heard about them. But apparently, they're trying to weaken the Jelani regime, which is the current interim government leadership that is supposed to be in charge of Syria, which is backed by the United States. So apparently, Israel's working to weaken that regime that the U.S. supports. So, do you support Israel's actions? 51% said yes, I support Israel in this matter, while 19% said I'm 50-50 on this one, and 11% said no, I support Syria here. And I'm actually with the 51%. I do support Israel in this one because Israel's justification for doing this is not necessarily to get involved in Syria's war, it's to get involved in protecting the Druze people, which are under Israel's, I guess you could say, umbrella of protection. So Israel is trying to protect that group, and right now, the current guy here that's in charge of Syria is not doing a very good job of protecting the Druze people. And in fact, he's been accused of going down there and committing atrocities, or at least letting his guys go commit atrocities, and then pretending like he doesn't know anything about it. So I'm with the 51%. I do support Israel in that. And also, Israel is not happy about Turkey going into the northeast of Syria, and they're kind of fighting a bit of a proxy war as well on that front. So, once again, I'm with the 51%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that I'm with the 51%, generally because if we were to talk about the Israeli position, let me talk about the Israeli and the U.S. position. From the Israeli position, Jelani is a Turkish-backed asset within the area, and that's just obvious. So that is a security threat to them because the Turks are openly not friendly towards the Israelis at the moment, so they are going to, of course, try and destabilize the Jelani government, considering that it poses a direct national security threat to Israel. The other reason that it's important for the United States, generally for what the Israelis are doing right now, is that Jelani is a fair-weather ally. I can promise y'all this guy is going to turn against the United States in the future, because as someone who lives and breathes radical Islamic ideology does not drop that overnight. And that has nothing to do with their religion, and I have nothing against Islam in general. But one thing I will say, though, is that for the especially radical ones, they always view the United States as the very epitome of evil. They're never going to erase that from their minds. They literally grew up and were raised on that concept. This guy founded and led an entire terrorist group that was an offshoot of Al-Qaeda and generally a spinoff of ISIS on that concept all the way up until he won in the Syrian civil war. You don't just drop an ideology like that overnight. This guy clearly has incredibly bad ideas and ambitions for what his relationship with the United States is going to be, and I'm fairly sure it's going to be quite one-sided until he can eventually flip the table to either run towards the Iranians or the Russians. I don't trust the guy, and considering that he's been conducting massacres throughout the entirety of Syria, which he promised he wasn't going to be doing against the ethnic groups, it's also showing that he's not a man of his word. So I don't trust the guy, for one. He is a Turkish proxy, second, and for those two reasons, the Israelis have a reason to destabilize the regime, and secondly, we have a reason to see that this guy eventually goes, because I wouldn't trust him with being the dog catcher as far as the United States is concerned, because this guy clearly hates the United States. Otherwise, he wouldn't have led an entire Al-Qaeda ISIS spinoff within western Syria. That wouldn't make any sense at all. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And moving us on down into Yemen. Oh boy, y'all thought the Syrian civil war was difficult right now. The Yemeni civil war is worse. Far worse. It's unimaginable, truly. But from what we can tell, this is now the map of the Syrian civil war. And I gotta tell y'all, this is taking a change, actually. I wonder if I can get this up to y'all. Oh hell, how in the world do I get this up to y'all? On let me see. I think I'd have to pull up an old stream. Shoot, I don't think I could do that right now. That'd probably take too long. Matthew, do you notice anything different about this map?
It's looking like it's got a couple of extra shades of coloring going on.
That's generally correct. Like it's far more yellow than the last time we showed this on screen. From what we understand, that is the Saudi Arabian-backed faction within the country, and basically they're completely demolishing every other faction within the area right now that was aligned with the Yemeni government, and they're just bringing in the only faction that will remain as the Saudi Arabian-backed one. The one in yellow is particularly the Southern Transitional Council, which is basically one of the aligned Yemeni loyalist factions, but it is backed directly by the Saudi Arabians. So from what we can tell, The Saudi Arabians are now crushing the actual Republic of Yemen in red, which basically controlled everything up here until just a few days ago. And they also are apparently going to be crushing everything in orange. The groups in orange are the Hadrami Elite Forces, which are actually backed and supported by the United Arab Emirates. The little area in blue is actually another Republic of Yemen faction. I don't really know what the difference between them and the Republic of Yemen in red is. I have not been able to find a good explanation of that. But basically, the Saudis are going through and trying to crush all of them and just see that their faction is the only one left standing against the Houthis within the west. Right now, we are hearing that they are advancing along the Highway 5 area, or the N5 area, and are advancing further on into Republic of Yemen-controlled territory. We can see a Saudi aircraft popping chaff and flares over the area in this clip right here.
I don't know if the Saudis are doing that at America's behest, I wonder. Because you remember we just gave Saudi a little gift, the United States did a while ago. I think it was the F-35s, actually. So I don't know if they're doing that as a little favor.
Maybe, might be. We can also see their backed forces here advancing down the N5 highway further west towards Houthi territory. Of course, through the Republic of Yemen's territory first, but still getting towards the Houthis. So, we do know that right now the Saudis are basically crushing everyone. Haven't seen them conduct any major offensive actions against the UAE-backed faction yet, but that might be coming in the future. We're not really sure. There's probably ongoing negotiations between the UAE and Saudi Arabia right now as to what the fate of these guys are. Let me look at their name again. The Hadrami Elite Forces, we had to get the name correct there. There's probably some ongoing negotiations right now as to what the fate of them will be between the Saudis and the UAE. The UAE might just drop them because from what we can tell, the Saudis are trying to consolidate the entire region to possibly conduct a major offensive against the Houthis and finally push them out of the area. Some people have been asking in the chat, is this a good thing? Generally it is. There's nothing too bad about this. The Saudis are supported, well, they're an ally of the United States within the area and a major oil trader with us. And generally, while the Saudis, in my opinion, have a backwards government, in terms of foreign policy, they are entirely aligned with the United States of America and are also within our security assurance sphere. If they crush the Houthis along with their backed faction in the area, we will finally be able to see some semblance of stability inside of Yemen, which is incredibly important for global shipping. And not only that, this country will be aligned either with the UAE, Saudi Arabia, or both at the same time, depending on how that goes. And this will allow for Yemen to, by default, basically be brought within the U.S. security assurance sphere, which would be somewhat beneficial, especially for control of this vital passage leading up to the Suez Canal. So that's what we would understand, at least at the moment. And we are trying to watch this situation as much as we can, although no video and picture evidence really is coming out at the moment to give us a perfect idea of what's going on here. So we'll be trying to figure out as much as we can, but it is quite clear the Southern Transitional Council is steamrolling everyone else within the area currently. Moving on from that, though, and out of Yemen, we've also been able to hear that the Israelis are quite concerned at the moment about Iranian actions that have happened inside of Iran over the past 48 hours. The Iranians have conducted several missile tests throughout their country, with video and picture evidence emerging from Karamabad as well as the areas west of Tehran, confirming that these missile tests were conducted. The Iranian government has denied any such missile tests, but the video evidence states otherwise.
I'm not really sure why people were saying the other day that this was false, because it's like these videos here don't appear to be old. They appear to be new, and they appear to be legitimate. So I'm not sure what the ruckus was by some folks saying that was false.
Yeah, I don't really know. Quite weird, honestly, that everyone was saying that it was false, but it does appear that it was ongoing. The Israelis are incredibly concerned, according to what we are hearing, that this may be some sort of a preparation for a preemptive attack against the state of Israel, which they may not be able to defend themselves against. And according to some Israeli sources, they say that the chances for an Iranian attack are less than 50%, but nobody is willing to take the risk and just say this is only an exercise. Additionally, we also saw the commander of U.S. CENTCOM, General Brad Cooper, or Admiral Brad Cooper, correction, was actually inside of Israel speaking to Lieutenant General Ayel Zamir and other senior military members about the ongoing situation with the Iranian missile drills, once again confirming that that was going on, otherwise why would the CENTCOM commander be there, and trying to discuss the possible course of action that the Israelis and the coalition could take just in case the Iranians conduct a preemptive attack. Still, we heard that the Israelis were considering launching military operations against Iran, which are still being hotly debated at the moment within the central Israeli government, and particularly by Benjamin Netanyahu, which kind of leads us to believe that this is going to be happening sometime soon as far as preemptive strikes against Iran. The Israelis are dealing with a little internal situation at the moment, to where if there is not an exigent emergency going on to the threat of the state, there is an ongoing criminal prosecution going on, and it's believed, at least at the moment, allegedly, that the Israelis are kind of keeping themselves in emergency situations at the moment to kind of slow the roll on the criminal prosecution proceedings, because we have seen that in prior times, the Israelis will put those on hold whenever a situation happens. For example, the war in Gaza, the war against Hezbollah, the situation in Syria, the 12-day war against Iran, the bombing of the Houthis in western Yemen. Also today there was another thing that was done where we saw that they actually postponed another proceeding due to some sort of a situation today. I forgot the exact situation, but I'm sure it's out there somewhere. And Matthew might be able to pull that one up. I didn't include it here on the news tonight, though. So there is a bit of an internal situation that may actually lead the Israelis to pull the trigger and conduct preemptive strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran, but generally we're just waiting to see what's going to be happening. Either one of them could shoot first. Of course, it's a powder keg waiting to explode, so we're just waiting to see which one shoots first. But moving on from that, we are going to be moving on down into Southeast Asia and on into the casino war. But before we get on into all that, though, I do have to say that tonight has been a good night. Like that song, you know, tonight's gonna be a good night, because we've had 12.3 thousand people here at the peak, and 63,000 people have watched this stream up till now. I've got to say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to have so many of y'all here tonight. And it's a truly incredible and wonderful thing to know that so many people consider this channel to be a primary source of news. Before we move on from the Middle East, though, and on into Southeast Asia, I do want to make sure that we get a couple of questions, 3 of them from the chat, before we move on, to give everyone a bit of a halftime show, so you can go to the restroom, get some snacks, and maybe do something else in between. I don't know, check your emails or something. And to also give a thanks and appreciation to the folks who are supporting this channel and helping it to keep rolling. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our first of 3 super chats, our first one goes to none other than Xanderman. And Xanderman put in a very generous $100 support. And thank you very much, good sir, Xanderman, for throwing in that very generous support. He said, Crusher Guy here. And it's Crusher Guy right there. Of course, YouTube changed the username thing, and now we got folks' names backwards. But thank you very much, Crusher Guy, for that support. He said, also, guys, battleships with space lasers, LOL. Tell us what you think about it. LSA, USA, and y'all have a good night. And honestly, Xanderman, we got a hell of a lot to say about that. Me and the Enforcer were talking about that at length all day today. And I think y'all can understand this from a simple sentence here, that we are very dumbfounded, flabbergasted, and some say bewildered about the recent announcement for many different reasons. But Enforcer, would you like to cover a couple?
Oh man. You know, folks, they make it like, I gotta say this, folks, because I'm just gonna have to be flat up here. We have a no politics rule on the channel, but to address it, like, I'm gonna explain this just up front because I already know what's about to happen. The ship right now is called the Trump class. So if we criticize it at all, there's going to be at least some people who say that this is entirely political because the ship is named the Trump class. I'm just going to put it out there up front. The ship sucks no matter whether you called it the Trump class or the Biden class or whoever. It sucks. I'm just going to put that up front and explain why. This is the dumbest idea that I've ever seen the U.S. Navy put out in a minute.
Oh, jeez. Oh, my God.
This is the worst thing I've ever seen. This ship, how do I say it? We're planning to build 25 of these right now. There's already 2 hulls that have been approved for construction, according to the president. You know, we'll have to see if that's actually true or not. But right now, there's at least 2 of these hulls that have been approved. And here's a little bit of the stats on this thing. It has as many missiles, vertical launch cells, that is, as an Arleigh Burke class destroyer. but the ship weighs 4 times as much as a Ticonderoga. So it has the firepower of a destroyer, but it's 4 times larger than a cruiser in terms of weight. It's going to have a railgun, a forward-mounted railgun, one of them, and right now there is no working railgun in the world. So a lot like the Zumwalt, that's never going to be put on there, and it's never going to work. Another thing is that it apparently is going to be nuclear capable, as in able to carry nuclear weaponry, which actually violates an international treaty that we're currently in, which does not allow for us to carry nuclear-armed weapons on surface ships, or at least of these sorts of classes, specifically battleships. Another thing is that this ship got an armor belt. No modern warship has an armor belt at all. This thing is going to have an 8-inch thick armor belt, like the Iowa-class battleship. As a matter of fact, this thing is as long as an Iowa-class battleship, and it weighs about 30,000 gross tons, which is absolutely obscene, and there's really no reason for that, because, with modern warfare, folks, this is the thing that makes an armor belt so stupid. Every single anti-ship missile in the world is generally designed not to blast through the side of the hull, but it's designed to blast through the roof, like a javelin, for example. It's so dumb. It's a stupid concept. It makes no sense at all. This is like, why in the world are we going to put 8-inch thick belt armor on the side of a ship when it's never going to get hit on the side? It's going to get hit from above on the upper deck. It doesn't make any sense. And on top of that, another thing is that from what we know, these things are going to be quite expensive. They're going to cost about $10 to $15 billion a ship. That's more than an aircraft carrier, and it has hardly the usability of an aircraft carrier. An aircraft carrier will be far better than this. An aircraft carrier can carry 70 aircraft. They cost about $7 to $12 billion a pop. And not only that, air power is one of the best ways to project power at sea if we wanted to put that sort of capital forward to get 20 to 25 of these things. Not only that, in modern warfare, it's not even generally the singular firepower of a ship, which this thing is actually quite underpowered for its tonnage, that wins a modern war. The reality is that having the largest amount of missile interceptors and missiles at sea is the way to win a modern war. Just making more Arleigh Burkes would make far more sense. They're way cheaper, they're easier to build, they're lighter, they're faster, and not only that, they have as much firepower, if not more, than this thing. It's just a complete waste. It's an absolute waste of money. This thing is entirely inefficient. It's going to be grossly overpriced, and it's horrendous. I mean, this ship is absolutely horrendous as a concept. And oh, by the way, I do have to mention, since we're on this, I'm going to knock this piece of news out as a part of the super chat. We are also going to be developing 25, I believe, to about 50 new frigates called the FFX, and I did some research on those, and we actually got confirmation from the Department of Defense. Let me put in FFX frigate. There we go. So let me go here. Not the Constellation. It's not that one. We would be blessed to have that one. That's far more effective than this. This is the new one that we're getting for the Navy. This is going to be the new frigate, which is kind of the direction that we're moving away from a destroyer. Before this ship was approved, we actually were going to be making the Constellation class frigate, which has about 32 VLS cells on board. That's not as much as an Arleigh Burke. It's got about 40% of the firepower of a Burke, but it's still pretty decent. I mean, it had some firepower. We canceled that project, and we've now replaced it with this thing, which is basically a U.S. Legend-class cutter of the U.S. Coast Guard. It has no vertical launch cells, which means that it basically has no offensive or defensive capabilities in a modern naval war. It's a completely useless ship as far as the Navy would be concerned. For coastal protection, it would be pretty decent. But for power projection purposes, this thing is abysmal. The Chinese right now are pumping out Type 56 destroyers, which have about as many vertical launch cells on board as an Arleigh Burke. And we're going to put this thing up against a Type 56 when this thing doesn't even have any vertical launch cells to even equip SM-2 or SM-3s for long-range air defense. This thing is literally a sitting duck to die, and any sailor that's put on this thing is being put in a death trap, basically, if we're going to start producing these. And just to explain to y'all, the Secretary of the Navy stated that we're trying to build these. We've replaced the Constellation with these because it isn't really about having good ships. It's just about having more ships. So that was the reasoning behind this one. But at the same time, while we're saying we just want to have more ships, we're going to build this thing, which for some reason has belt armor when belt armor is obsolete, and has about as much firepower as an Arleigh Burke, but costs about 15 times more, and it just doesn't provide anything at all as benefit whatsoever. I just don't understand it at all. So
doesn't this have to get approved by Congress though? Like I don't know how it works with the ship building part of it, but don't they have to run this by somebody before they just like actually get this done?
yes, they do. So this thing has to be approved by Congress to even get off the ground. There is an ability to build a limited number of these things. Right now, 2 hulls are approved, but I believe to build any farther number than that, it would have to get approval from Congress. And I got to be honest with you, I'm praying, folks, that the Congress shoots this thing down along with the FFX, because both of these are terrible ideas. The Navy has a hard time building ships these days because for some reason U.S. shipyards are having a hard time constructing most anything these days. But we need to find a way to either greatly improve the infrastructure base to build ships and put the money towards that, or we need to not build these because these are a complete waste of time and money. Both this and this one doesn't even have the president's name attached to it, and this thing just completely sucks on its own. This thing is terrible, like exorbitantly expensive.
Yeah, and also, by the way, folks, not political. Please don't take it this way. I hate to have to say that every single time I say something that could be even remotely political. I got to say that, but let's not start the trend of naming ships after sitting U.S. presidents. That's a very tacky thing to do. We're not trying to turn this into like a political scoreboard or something. We're just building ships so that way we can have a formidable navy. That's all. We don't need to get into naming it after the people that's currently holding the office. That's a bit tacky to say the least.
Actually, folks, that has never been done in U.S. history, naming a class of ship after a sitting U.S. president. It's usually named after someone who's important to the Navy or is important in general to U.S. history, or a state or some sort of a fish or some sort of a creature of some sort. We've never named it after a current sitting president, or we name it after former politicians and presidents, usually that are dead, not alive. Like, very rarely are they ever named after anyone alive. That's exceptionally rare, and usually they don't hold the office when it's named after them. So, this is a horrendous design, and for anyone who's going to take this as political, you're too blind to even see the truth of it. And also another thing I gotta say, for the people who are going to say this is political, weren't y'all saying that you were trying to cut down the amount of excessive overspending on stupid ideas and projects? This is literally the stupidest idea and project I've ever seen. It is a literal waste of money. Battleships are obsolete. Completely obsolete. And from what I can tell, folks, this is the best thing that I can deduce this from. The president said that he wanted to bring back the Iowa-class battleships 2 months ago or so, and for some reason they actually tried to look into that and see if it was possible, which was absolutely stupid. And also another thing that was interesting is that they said, well, we could rip the turrets off, and we could put VLS cells in the turret citadels, and it was like, what? And then if you look at this design, look at this. It has 2 VLS cells at the front, where the 2 front turrets of an Iowa-class battleship would be, and then it has a rear one where the rear turret would have been. So basically, this is a design of an attempt at a modern Iowa-class battleship, which is still completely obsolete. Like, it just doesn't make... So apparently, the president said, I want an Iowa, and they said, sir, you can't have an Iowa. He said, let's make one then. And then they came up with this, I'm guessing, because this is horrendous. And then a railgun, just a cherry on top, just a singular railgun at the front. We don't even have a working railgun. So where are we going to get one from?
Yeah, and also, by the way, this wouldn't even be remotely political if the guy didn't slap his name on it. But of course, he slapped his name on it. So now if you talk about the ship, and by nature of the name of the ship or the name of the class of ship, you're indirectly apparently making a political statement about the ship. The Navy and the military is not supposed to be political. So that's typically why the sitting presidents have not put their name on the class of ship or the ship itself, because it turns it political. So that's not good. But also, by the way, not a Navy expert, but shouldn't we be like thinking about like deploying drones or something like that from these vessels? Because the vessels are typically a very good way to deploy drones near a battlefield environment. So is that something that should have been thought about on this design? Because I don't see anything involving drones anywhere on the ship, no launching platforms or anything.
Oh, there really isn't. We know that we know that at the aft end of the vessel. Let me see if I can get y'all. Okay, let me go off air and try and get a picture of that here really quickly. Let me see if I can go to the amazing photo gallery that they have of all the crappy renders of this thing. So, Apparent also, by the way, like I gotta say, folks, for the military's not political thing, putting a giant seal of the president on the back of the ship, like a literal picture of him, isn't really doing that. But it's going to have two large hangar bays at the stern of the vessel that are going to be so large they would actually allow for the storage of two MV-22 Ospreys. So technically, there would be storage for a drone if you wanted some, but you would have to remove an Osprey to have one hangar bay dedicated to drone usage.
Yeah, it seems like it'd been prudent. Like, once again, I'm not a military, like, well, not a military expert, but not a Navy expert necessarily. I don't know a whole bunch about the ship specifically, but it seems like, considering the fact that every other country, even the countries that are not formidable military powers, are building drone carriers and drone ships, that we should probably be thinking about combating that ourselves by doing something of that nature on our ships, at least like a launcher or something of that point, where we could launch drones, maybe for recon or attack off the sides of these vessels. Unless they're planning on making a dedicated drone ship, which I haven't seen yet, then it seems like we ought to think about that.
I would say that that'd probably be a lot. Honestly, man, what would just be better is to just refit the Arleigh Burkes and the Ticonderogas with more secondary weaponry on board and possibly increase the crew complement marginally to operate those weapon systems. That would be the best drone defense that a ship could have at the moment, because drones aren't fast from what we can see, and if they are fast, they can be dealt with by an SM-2 or a Sea-Wiz or some other form of a short-range air defense system on ship. That could be dealt with, but secondary weapons would help to defend against sea drone based attacks and would be marginally costly. It would be very cheap to do and very effective from what we could tell. And instead, we're doing, and also another thing, folks, this is just what's driving me crazy. So let's say a Magura hit this thing, which is 1,000 pounds, by the way. A 1,000 pound explosion on an 8-inch armor belt is enough to knock the thing clear off. So it's basically a Sea Baby in the modern day is just an autonomous surface-based torpedo. If a torpedo hits the side of this ship, it's over, and it hardly has any defensive array to be able to defend against that. Most of the air defense systems, like the one you see firing into the sea right there, they're not designed to fire at surface-based targets or even anything below the water. They're designed to engage and shoot down aircraft and are usually directly wired into a ship's air defense radar systems and its weapon control systems. So basically, this entire thing will cost $15 billion, and it could be sunk by a several $1,000 Ukrainian Magura if it got close enough, and it might be able to because it has basically no defensive weaponry against anything drone-based.
Yeah, it's just an interesting choice all the way around, honestly. It's just something else, I tell you. It's just wild. And also the renderings are still throwing me for a loop with the icon on the back, the name of the class of ship, also the over dramatized renderings of it. It's interesting.
Man, I gotta tell you, folks, the Navy's going to go through rough times if these projects get approved. I mean, well, we might, like, I'll be honest with y'all, I don't mean to be dramatic, but we might as well kiss our naval supremacy goodbye if those two are approved. It's going to be an absolute waste of not only money but also lives of our sailors when they actually get into war and everyone ends up getting on sinking ships and killed because they either don't have enough firepower, or they're too expensive, or there just wasn't enough supporting assets in the region to be able to help them out when they got ambushed and schwacked, because the Navy spent all of its money instead of on a whole bunch of well-equipped and well-armed ships like the Burkes. Instead, we spent a whole bunch of money on a few over-armored and underpowered battleships that are going to get slaughtered by the Chinese Navy in the Pacific. A completely stupid idea in every way. But moving on from that, I hope that does address your question well. I do thank you massively for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. Because it is folks like you who help to make this thing possible. And I don't mean to be so negative on that project idea, but many of y'all have been on the channel for a while and have been hearing me say we need to put money into the Navy. We need to produce a lot more conventional hull types like the Burkes. Just a load of Burkes and a ton of fleet auxiliaries to be able to support logistical operations in the Pacific. So apparently the administration went, oh, we need more ships in the Navy. And they said, let's produce $15 billion battleships, which are completely obsolete, and did that instead, which is just completely wasting money. As a matter of fact, 20 of those things is wasting about $150 billion to build 20 of them. $150 billion. We could put that into aircraft carriers and get far more mileage out of that than these. It's stupid. It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. Big thanks to you once again, though, for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our second one here goes to James Hughes. And James puts in a very generous $100 support as well, just like Xanderman. And we do appreciate you, James, very much for supporting the channel yet again. And James said, Merry Christmas, guys, and take a question from Matt.
Hey, and thank you so much for the massive support and helping this channel to keep on running. And, of course, we will make sure to get a question from none other than Enforcer Matt. So, Matthew, what do we got? What's your question?
Oh, a question from me, literally? Like, you mean a question from me?
Yeah, hit me.
Here's my question. If you're asking me one right now, how come we're building ships that are not really relevant to modern naval warfare, but yet at the same time, though, I'm not seeing any new drone technology being announced or introduced or teased by the military, hardly at all. And also, we're like, I would say, probably several years behind the Ukrainians, which are not as powerful as the United States. How come we're not seeing that? Where is the drone tech? Are they working on it? How come they're not announcing that, but they're announcing ships that aren't really relevant?
Wow, that's a deep question. Basically, the best way I could narrow it down is the current administration is blind and they don't understand that drone warfare is the modern era of war. And apparently, the president lives in the 1940s and thinks that a battleship is still the thing. Battleship, like you know something, folks, that's so funny. You know something that's incredibly hilarious is that battleships were obsolete in World War II. Hardly a damn one was ever used. Basically, none of them saw any combat, at least against the targets they were designed to slug it out with, like the Yamato or the other battleships of, say, Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan. They weren't even used then. The only time that a battleship ever got any action was in the midst of an air attack with its anti-aircraft guns. Actually, as a matter of fact, we had to send most of our battleships back to the Pacific, well, back to the West Coast once World War II started to refit all of them to basically be giant floating anti-aircraft barges, basically, and then after that they were just a glorified shore bombardment system at best, which any ship could do. A cruiser could do that. They were obsolete then. That's why you saw that every single battleship on the planet was retired by the early 1950s, just a few years after World War II, because everyone went, wow, these things are completely useless and obsolete. We might as well just replace them all with aircraft carriers, since aircraft carriers clearly are the way to project power at sea in the modern day. So now we're just throwing that out the window, and we're just going back to the 1930s and going, a battleship will win a fight, when no battleship, even in the Second World War, won a fight. If you look at any naval engagement from World War II, historically, whenever a battleship went up against an aircraft carrier, the battleship would always get dunked on by the aircraft carrier, because there was no way for a battleship to be able to have the abilities or firepower ability that an aircraft carrier can have from the squadrons on board the carrier. I don't even know why we're doing that. And on top of that, the drones are far more effective these days. If you created a modern Arleigh Burke that had, say, a drone carrying rack on board, and it had all of the equipment and armaments that it has right now, with a whole bunch of secondary Oerlikons and 50 cals, you would basically see, for one, that it would be well defended against any sea-based or air-based drone, because it'd be able to just throw enough lead at the target that would be able to take it down, or long-range air defense systems could take care of any aerial drones. Secondly, if there was any sea-based drone, well, the gunners of that one destroyer, considering that there'd be enough of them on the port and starboard side, they should be able to take care of it. If they did, and that's unfortunate, that was going to happen anyways, but they should be able to take care of it, and it costs pennies on the dollar compared to building this thing that can't even defend itself against a drone. So, oh man, I tell y'all,
Could you imagine if they announced, like, let's say a naval vessel that had defenses on it, that had like a retractable top to it, that could literally launch thousands and thousands of drones out of one ship, and could complement, like, let's say, to a carrier strike group or something like that. That would be something that would actually have a lot of firepower and damaging effect behind it if you would deploy that against an enemy, because you can take the ship, which carries these thousands of drones, straight to the enemy, protected with the carrier strike group, and it launches attacks straight from the ship, and that would be highly effective. That's modern warfare that we're seeing today, is drone warfare, making it mobile with the ships. It's basically taking the Ukrainian concept of launching drones from civilian vessels and making it much more professionalized for the U.S. military, essentially.
Yeah, I would say, I would agree with that. Also, I just saw someone say this before we move on to the next one. Wingman just said, "You guys have civilian opinions. What we really have, you won't hear about." I gotta ask you, like, I don't mean to be offensive here, but do you not understand that a ship isn't something that you can throw a blanket over and sneak out of a harbor? Like, when you lay down a hull and then launch a ship, it's a pretty big deal. What we have in the Navy is what we have. It's not like a ship's covered in mirrors where you can't see it or something. The Navy's the Navy. I mean, you can hide some stuff in the Air Force every once in a while, but that's not even for long either. What you see is what you get. This stupid design concept is exactly what we have. It's not like they're going to go down to English Shipyard in Pascagoula and go, "Oh, let's build a giant ship in one of these dry docks." You can literally see the Zumwalts right here, but you're not going to know that because you're a civvy. We're clearly going to hide this 800-foot long ship from you in the public. That doesn't work
Well,
like that.
you know what the military said? You know what the military said? The military admitted that even on, like, for example, the FPV attack drones, we are years behind Ukraine. They've admitted that themselves, and they're saying that not to necessarily cause panic. They're saying that, I presume, so that way lawmakers and also leadership will understand that we're not focusing on the right issues. We need to make sure we're focusing on the future of warfare, which is autonomous drones. It's also FPV attack drones and things like that. And of course, the U.S. can take our massive budget and make that even better if we really put our minds to it. So we're playing catch up, but I mean, even at the same time, the U.S. is not being flexible to moving to these more flexible weapon systems like the FPVs. They're not moving to it quick enough, in my opinion. They're not doing that, and they're still announcing things like the ships here, and actually making downgrades to the ship as well. So it's an interesting choice for sure, like overall.
Also, I see some people saying, "Oh, the battleship, it's got more firepower." The battleship that's being proposed has as much firepower as this thing. That's as, like, literally from the published figures of how many weapons are going to be on board. In reality, it is as powerful as this Arleigh Burke. So no, it doesn't have more firepower. Like you can call it a battleship. If I got an Iowa class battleship and put two 16-inch guns on it, that is not as powerful as, say, the Yamato. It's not. There's no way in the world that works. Like, you can make a giant ass ship as big as, say, the Oasis of the Seas, and then put one gun on it. And just because it's a giant ship doesn't mean that it's better firepower than this thing. This thing is cheap. It's easy to build, at least when we were building these back in the 90s. They're incredibly powerful. And not only that, they are made for the modern age of warfare. A ship is not designed to take a hit in the modern day, and battleships were designed to take a hit, and they take a hit, and they go down. So apparently designing a ship for a hit wasn't really working too well, because if I remember correctly, the Yamato, the Musashi, the Kongo, the Fuso, the Bismarck, the Tirpitz, and many others are sitting at the bottom of the ocean right now, because we would use aircraft carriers to obliterate them from above. So clearly, I wouldn't want to be on a battleship, because if you look at the graveyards of the seas, the battleship, at least in World War II, made up the priority number of the amount of ships rotting at the bottom with their crew members still inside. So, not a great idea at all. I gotta say, folks, like, a battleship in the modern day, battleships don't exist for a reason. Why in the world bring them back? That's like saying bring back the biplane. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the final question of this segment, and then we're going to be getting on into the rest of the news. So what do we got, Matthew?
And the last one of this segment, then we get to our rest of our super chats in our later question segment. This one goes to East Malibu, puts in a generous $100 support as well. And thank you very much, East Malibu, for that extremely generous support, and we do appreciate that very, very much. And East Malibu said, "Thank you, Brothers Enforcer, for educating me and the LSA family on very important international affairs that go mostly ignored by mainstream media. And keep up the good work, and Merry Christmas."
Hey, and Merry Christmas to you as well, and thank you for the unbelievably massive support and helping this channel to keep on running. It is folks like you who help to make this thing possible and help to make this thing a reality. And I gotta say, it's an incredible and wonderful thing to know that you really appreciate our news coverage, because we try our best here to make sure to cover the news as best as we possibly can. So humongous thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that addressed that incredibly well. And with that, folks, it's time for us to move on down into East Asia and China, because we got some news from there. Moving us on down into East Asia, we were able to see that the Thai were conducting a blockade of the Cambodian coastline today. We can actually see their warships off literally right offshore.
I don't know if those ships could catch a Venezuelan Iranian-linked tanker.
You know, I have a feeling that they can because they've actually fired shots at Cambodia.
Probably so. They mean business. The ambiance is just really, truly fantastic in this clip too. The nice noise of the wind. I tell you,
It's truly incredible.
Cambodia really doesn't have a navy, do they?
Oh, no. Like, so basically they're uncontested.
So they're just kind of like looking at it for old time's sake, basically. They're sort of looking out there and thinking, oh, we could have that, but we kind of don't.
Yeah, that's why literally, no joke, they're basically like 5 miles from shore, is because they're not scared of anything able to hit them. Because nothing in Cambodia can hit them, really, so they're safe out there. Visible from shore, but still safe somehow. Meanwhile, we also saw the Thai army take Hill 500 around the area of Trat over the course of yesterday. So let's take a little look. We're going to have to mute this, but we can see the Thai army moving in a giant swarm around their APCs. And we can see them
Also,
now.
Tom Exman said, well, Ukraine doesn't also, when referring to a navy. But Tom, Ukraine has something better than a navy. They have sea babies. Honestly, that by itself, like that goes to show you how potent drone technology is. Like even sea drones, aerial drones, whatever drones you're talking about, you can do all the stuff that a big navy can do. Sometimes even better with just drones. Like you can do that. And Ukraine's been a big point of proving it. Russia claimed to have one of the most formidable navies in the world before Ukraine got a hold of it. And now nobody's really sure about that anymore.
I also saw some people saying, oh, well, the battleship can hit a carrier before the carrier can hit it. That's not true at all. The battleship would have to be able to pick up the carrier on its surface search radars before it could ever fire at the carrier. And the carrier is able to launch aircraft that are able to travel at a minimum 700 miles away from the carrier, meaning that the carrier is going to see the battleship long before the battleship ever sees the carrier, because the aircraft that are equipped with surface search radars are going to pick up that battleship while the aircraft carrier is still 700 miles away. If you're wanting to talk about hypersonic missiles, you could just talk about them as in equipping them onto an aircraft on an aircraft carrier and then firing that at an enemy ship. There you go. You've got the entire Trump-class battleship concept, but still working off of an aircraft carrier and still keeping the carrier generally insulated and protected from enemy threats because you have a giant air cover around it from the aircraft that are launched off of its deck. That makes way more sense than trying to bring in some form of a battleship. But it's absolutely, like, the battleship is insanity. If you literally talk to anyone who knows anything about ships, which plenty of them have weighed in on Twitter, literal ship experts, they also think this thing is absolutely insane and completely useless. But anyways, moving on from that, we also were able to see that unfortunately Cambodia is once again conducting indiscriminate rocket fire. Luckily, all the dogs in this clip did survive and did not suffer any injuries from what we understand. But the MLRS actually landed a rocket directly within the front yard in this clip. But here's the footage showing y'all the Cambodians once again conducting indiscriminate rocket fire against the Thai citizenry.
Is that a doggo on the table?
Yeah. And here comes the MLRS
Oh.
fire, unfortunately. And the dogs are about to start running, and the missile goes off right there. Luckily, the
Oh my
dogs,
God.
the dogs somehow got out unscathed. They're very lucky.
Damn. Thankfully, those dogs got out there. I thought that one on the left had gotten smacked.
And of course, we can hear the civilians gathering around and trying to figure out what just happened. And of course, it was another Cambodian indiscriminate rocket artillery attack. Not really making that argument that the Cambodians are making, that they're innocent people who don't conduct attacks on citizens, considering we've had an endless volume of video evidence from the 7-Eleven war and the casino war confirming that they just conduct rocket attacks on populated areas.
This person's like a dog lover. They've got like I saw 3 dogs in this clip alone. Oh, that dog right there is a little too curious.
I feel sorry for the folks and the dogs who have to go through this stuff out there. But this is once again why Thailand has now said they're going to keep this war going until Cambodia doesn't pose a threat, is because this is what they did last time, and then the Cambodians also conducted another attack on the Thai, which started the casino war.
That's the most curious dog. That one's like, what the hell happened over there? It's like just looking out in the distance.
Oh, the house is caught on fire too. But that's the end of that clip. But once again, showing us, at least at the moment, the Cambodians conducting more indiscriminate attacks. Meanwhile, the Thai are still engaging in skirmishes and firefights with the Cambodians over a larger area of the border, and this is the only clip that we were going to show for the day. And we're going to be muting that, actually, because they're playing that documentary music. Also, to address someone said, the enforcer is wrong. The battleships were retired in the 90s. I guess you're just forgetting that period where the battleship was also retired, at least the Iowa class, in the 60s, and then it was refitted in the late 80s for the Gulf War, almost entirely over what it used to be, and even still it was classified as a fleet auxiliary because they knew that it couldn't stand toe-to-toe in modern warfare. Guess you're forgetting that part.
Also, by the way, to go ahead and address this poll real quick, because I got to make room for another poll coming up. I asked an offhanded question here. I said, should the U.S. Navy begin building primarily drone-based attack vessels like Ukraine's Sea Baby concept? And an overwhelming 85% said yes, and 15% said no. So, and in my opinion, I would say I'm with 85%. I think they should start building that primarily. The main ships that we really need are ships that are able to carry those drones closer to the war zone and then deploy them closer to that war zone. That's what we need to focus on. And also the actual drones themselves. So it shouldn't be that hard to pull off. If Ukraine can do it, and Ukraine's working with a lot less money, then the U.S. should be able to do that in much quicker time. And also should be able to do it better, at least presumably. So that's what they should be working on, in my opinion. And because once again, if you have drones, like we've seen with Russia's Navy, the drones can wipe out a Navy quick, especially if you can get the drone close to the target, it can get it fast. So I'm with 85%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would be with 85%. I mean, hell, that would have far more utility than this. But we still need conventional surface ships. Those are still incredibly important. It's just that we need to build the same types of conventional surface ships we've been building, but with more drone defensive equipment on board, which is just basically larger amounts of secondary weaponry in the form of machine guns and Orlikons or something along those lines, and then also have them augmented and supported with drone forces. That is wildly effective. And then someone said, what's a drone going to do against a hypersonic? I don't know. You tell me, dude. You've been watching the war in Ukraine for 4 years, and the Ukrainians have obliterated the entire Russian Navy, basically, with drones, and technically the Russian military is operating hypersonics. So quite clearly, the war is moving towards drone warfare, not a stupid battleship from yesteryear. I mean, we can bring everything back. We can bring back cavalry warfare, but that doesn't mean that if you bring forward cavalry warfare and you just happen to be the president of the United States, is a good idea. That's still a stupid idea. So with that, we're going to be moving on from that and on into Beijing, as we were able to hear that the Chinese Foreign Ministry did condemn the U.S. action of seizing the Chinese-owned tanker near Venezuela. Interestingly enough, they haven't conducted any major foreign policy actions yet, meaning that we might have just dodged a bullet. Maybe. We've also heard that apparently China is soon to have about 100 ICBM transporter-erector launchers, and we've also seen that the Chinese are preparing to be able to have a Taiwan invasion-ready force by about the end of 2027, meaning that it falls directly within the timetable that has been predicted here on the channel, literally down to a T. I gotta say, folks, I try my best on here, on my end specifically, because I'm usually the military analysis guy, to try and get down the analysis as best we can, and it was dead on. It literally was exactly on. The Pentagon put out the report today. The only time that China could be ready for an invasion of Taiwan is by late 2027, and I've been saying this on this channel for about 2 years now. I mean, that was dead on. The one before this, before they put this out, was actually 2028. But because of increased ship production in the People's Republic of China, along with many other things that they've been working on as far as refining and really building out their military assets and abilities, I then put the timetable towards late 2027 at the earliest. But that was it. And I've stuck with that timetable really over the past year. And that was directly correct. So, I don't know, folks. Maybe that leaves a little bit more credence to the idea that battleships are dumb, because, I mean, I got that one dead on, and that is tectonic analysis to be able to figure out when a country would be able to pull off a war, and that was dead on, so maybe a battleship being obsolete is pretty dead on as well. But anyways, moving on out of China and on towards the hunt for Captain Crack Sparrow, just to give you a little bit of an update on this one, the Bella 1, which is the Iranian tanker that was to be seized by the United States, is still under chase in the Atlantic by the U.S. Coast Guard. Currently, they are still trying to board the ship, and the ship has been chased down for 3 straight days without stopping. So at the moment, we're waiting to see what's going to be coming out of that. In the meantime, we have seen that the U.S. has conducted more strikes on alleged narco vessels, including this one right here. This one appears to visibly show us the contraband. They didn't black it out, so we actually got to see that there was some form of contraband on board. They did hit the vessel and destroy it. We see the boat on fire right there. And we also got to see in our next clip here, this low visibility vessel also getting hit, although it appears that the first shots from the AC-130 missed. But the next ones appear to start landing near the bow, or generally the stern. We really can't tell.
Are they shooting it with the gun? They're not hitting it with a missile?
Yeah, they're actually hitting this one with the gun on an AC-130J gunship.
Well, I think it's the first time we've seen that. I think the other ones were hit with a Hellfire.
Yeah, this is actually the first time we've ever seen one hit by a gunship's 30mm. That's kind of
really
crazy.
Lighting that thing up. And they're a pretty good hit, too. They hit it round the back.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive right there. Moving on from that, we've also been able to hear that apparently the Venezuelans set up a GPS jammer on a small island, the Isla Moje de Sur, which is near to the area of the western coast of Venezuela. It's this tiny island right here. So apparently that's the reason why some people believe there's been some GPS issues that have been reported about in the area around Aruba and Curacao. Meanwhile, we've also seen that the Gerald R. Ford is now within the Eastern Caribbean, which is leading a lot of people to believe that strikes are still being postponed and deliberated. Right now, the Gerald R. Ford is escorted by only one Arleigh Burke, while the rest of the Arleigh Burkes that were a part of this carrier strike group have apparently been diverted to blockade operations around Venezuela. Meanwhile, on the coast, we did confirm that the Hyperion had arrived at Amue port in Venezuela, but at the moment, the Bella 1 is still at large. It's actually running away right now in the Atlantic somewhere, and the Coast Guard is still chasing the ship down. A lot of people are actually talking about why in the world the U.S. is not boarding and stopping the ship. It's been 3 days that this chase has been going on, and nobody has boarded the vessel. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right. So we're hearing reports, at least before we started the stream, saying that apparently the U.S. is still in pursuit of the Iranian-linked oil tanker that was being pursued by U.S. forces off the coast of Venezuela, apparently still to this day. So they're still chasing it. So I don't know if that thing has like a 700 horsepower Hellcat engine or what the hell this kind of ship is here, but apparently it's fast, or either it's just really good at evading, one or the other, or maybe the U.S. isn't sure what they're doing. But what are your thoughts about the whole situation? 29% said the U.S. likely got warned by China or Russia not to board it, and they're trying to figure out if they're bluffing or not, while 28% said it likely has weapons on board, and that's why the U.S. isn't boarding it, and 20% said the U.S. isn't sure how to go about boarding it. So we have seen the Coast Guard, and once again, the Coast Guard is extremely competent. While we may be a little bit confused geopolitically, the Coast Guard and the military still knows what they're doing very, very well. So we have seen before the Coast Guard has boarded vessels, and they've done it very professionally. So I don't think it's that. I think, in my personal opinion, and once again, it's speculation, I don't know this for a fact, I think my best guess is it must have some type of weapons on board, or maybe the crew might be armed or something of that nature. And once again, I don't know that for a fact. It's just speculation. Because I'm not sure why the U.S. would not be boarding it, even if it is moving. It seems like they could still do it anyway. So I don't think we'd be warned by China or Russia because we literally just seized a Chinese super tanker. So I don't think we care about what China thinks based on the sounds of it. So I'm with the 28%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that I'm with the 28% as well. I believe that there is some form of weapons on board, which is making an approach and potential capture of the ship possibly dangerous for the Coast Guard members that would be involved in seizing the ship that would have to be dropped by helicopter onto the deck. So I have a feeling that that's the reason why this is taking some time and there's a great deal of hesitancy, is because they don't want to put Coast Guard men at risk of being shot at while they're trying to board the board the vessel. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we're actually going to be moving on into Washington for a brief moment, just to make sure. Oh, yeah. They did confirm, just want to make sure to cover this again. They did confirm that the brand new, I believe it's the FFX, will not have any VLS missiles on board. A lot of people are incredibly concerned about that. This basically makes this thing a sitting target in modern warfare. So, I hope that they shoot this down in the Congress, because if this thing goes into service, it's not going to do well. That I can tell you. But with that, I hope that does address that well. And also one thing I gotta say, folks, this is interesting. I've seen this one a couple of times now about the whole battleship thing. People say that our opinion doesn't count because we haven't served in the military. Well, the president hasn't served in the military either, but he's going to be one of the primary designers of the vessel. So why in the world is it that the president's opinion counts in the entire design of the vessel, but then when we say it's a bad idea, then that doesn't count? And let me ask you that and try and give me a good answer on that one. There's not a good answer to it. It still doesn't make any sense, and it's a bad design, and it's a stupid ship. Moving on from that and into Italy, we've also seen that while the Prime Minister Meloni has stated that things are only going to be getting worse next year, which I didn't put down as a clip, but y'all can go look at it on Twitter. She actually did say that. We also saw that near to the area of the small town of Tiano Caserta in southern Italy, it appears that a large fuel tanker truck actually exploded on the highway. Here is the clip that we got.
Oh my god. Damn. That's insane.
I tell you, that was a crazy one. We don't know what caused that, and right now, we understand that Italian authorities are investigating that as well to figure out why in the world the fuel tanker exploded so catastrophically in the middle of the highway. Moving on out of that, though, it is time for us to finally get back on and towards the Ukraine war. And we're actually going to be covering a couple of things as an extension of this. One, the Libyan chief of staff was killed today inside of Ankara after his plane crashed in the middle of the country. We can't show the clip, but his aircraft was last seen leaving Ankara and crashed around the area of Aktepe, from what we understand. Incredibly bizarre incident. There's not really a lot more that I can add on that, rather than it being wildly bizarre. Meanwhile,
the ghost of Gaddafi is back again, apparently. It looks like a very unfortunate accident. It sounds a bit strange, if you ask me, but I guess it is what it is.
It does sound rather bizarre. It's quite bizarre indeed, I'm actually going to say. Meanwhile, in the Bosphorus, we saw the Virat. Wow, look at... Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's not the Virat. That's the Prometei, based out of St. Petersburg.
Oh, well, what do we have here?
And flying the Russian flag? Well. Looks to me, Matthew, that this shadow tanker didn't really keep up the whole shadow part of tankering too long. Basically, as soon as it got hit, it just admitted it was Russian, flew the Russian flag, and now it's being towed through the Bosphorus right now with a giant hole near the rudder machinery.
I guess I can take this fellow off the list. It turns out that the Russians don't want the ship on the list anymore, so they took it off the list and apparently put it right back under right where it belongs, which is apparently under a Russian flag. What do you know?
What do you know? Now it's not a shadow tanker. Now it's a sanctioned tanker. Like, it's just a straight up sanctioned tanker. So cool. That's so cool. We don't know why they did that, but it's basically proving that every single shadow tanker really is a Russian tanker in disguise as another country's tanker under a different name. So it is exactly what people have been saying. The shadow tankers are just legitimately Russian tankers. This one proves it, if anything. Moving on out of that and on up into the area of the Black Sea, we also saw that, unfortunately, a Turkish ship that was attempting to make it to a Ukrainian port came under an attack by a Russian drone. We could see the aftermath in this clip.
Camı açıyorum. Camı açıyorum. Çok kötü vurulduk. Çok kötü vurulduk. Çok kötü vurulduk. Yaşam mahalline
Wow, they're
düştü.
panicking.
Alarmı
They're
ver.
panicking and there's a fire on board.
Adamlara söyle herkes
Man, they
hazırlansın.
really are.
Of. Vurulduk. Vurulduk.
That's serious.
Süvari Bey.
Oh, it definitely is.
İnelim buradan çıkalım. Gelin Süvari Bey. Süvari Bey inin. Gelin Süvari Bey. Tamam çalıştırıyoruz inin. Birlikte inelim inin. Birlikte inelim. Çıkın. Çıkın. Boşaltmamız lazım. Camı aç.
Yeah,
Well-
do you think I just had a brilliant idea that popped in my head right now. You know how the Russian drones keep showing up inside of Turkey, right? You know how they keep landing like right outside of Istanbul?
Yeah.
Do you think that maybe they're sending those out as recon drones to spot these Turkish vessels to keep an eye on whether or not they're coming from Ukraine to then strike them and hit them? Where exactly was this one hit?
This one was hit somewhere in the western Black Sea, kind of getting close to Odessa.
Yeah, it might be what they're up to, actually, now that I think about it. That's probably why they're sending those drones down there.
Maybe so, actually. That might actually be the case. But still, unfortunate thing to see, considering that the Russians are conducting attacks against non-sanctioned vessels that are entering and exiting Ukrainian ports. Meanwhile, inside the Russian Federation, we did see that near to the area of Nizhny Novgorod, a repair ship, vital for the maintenance and function of ships on the Volga River, is burning to the ground. It had an electrical fire. That's literally what happened. It's on fire and it sank, apparently. I gotta tell you, man, those rats chewing through the electrical wiring, they're doing as much damage as the Ukrainians these days.
Yeah, it must be Peskov moonlighting as the rat. He's he's getting to chewing.
Matt Boone said, "Why did we lose the repair ship?" And then Peskov said, "I thought it was cheese." Man, like, it's like, damn. It's like, well, Peskov screwed over.
Is it Peskov? He gets the cheese like he's from Vermont. He's a little bit of a strange fellow that way.
like a little rat or something like that. But anyways, in Lipetsk, we also saw 2 Russian aircraft get destroyed, an Su-30 and an Su-27. In total, the loss of these aircraft is around 50 to 60 million US dollars. And these guys just did it by hopping over a fence, walking into the airbase, and then just throwing a Molotov right on both of them. I mean, that was pretty easy. I mean, watch the Russians lose $60 million with one simple trick.
It turns out the Russians hate this one simple trick that doctors don't want you to know about.
They really don't want... Man, a doctor, God forbid a doctor will want you to know that eating a legume will heal, you know, all ailments. Oh, they wouldn't want you to know that one.
I tell you what.
But moving on from that clip... that was the restart of the clip. But moving on from that into Belgrade, we also were able to see the thermal power plant get hit.
Oh my god!
Oh
What
my
the hell, man? What the play that again? I gotta fathom this.
Whoa!
Holy
Oh my
cow!
God.
That was crazy.
Man, oh Lord, man. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, I was about to literally say, dude, those sirens are kind of loud. And then like, it rocked the whole area. I was like, oh my God. I was like, this isn't... Let's watch that again. I don't think that thing's going to be running.
I think he blasted
it. Come on, Scotty, get that power plant going. Captain, she's falling apart. Like, it's literally falling apart.
She's got to blow.
Man, it did. Like, honestly, that's past tense. It blew. But anyways, the power plant's out in Belgrade, as many of y'all can tell. Meanwhile, down in the area of this little town of Budnovsk, we also saw a Russian factory get hit down here. This was the Stavrolin LLC that was hit, a limited liability corporation. And I'd have to be honest with y'all, I think that the liability here is quite limited because the Ukrainians hit it. But apparently shop number 1 was located in the initial stages of production and primarily deals with raw material preparation. And number 2 shop was responsible for separating gases in the pyrolysis unit, producing ethylene and propylene. Both of those have been destroyed in the midst of this attack. Isn't that sad?
Isn't this where they made the rubbers, like all the different rubbers for Russia? Like, I'm being, like, not trying to be, like, you know, funny with that.
Yeah, this is actually.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, so I think they made several different types of rubbers here. It's like a synthetic. I don't think they made the real here, but it was like synthetic rubbers.
Yeah, it was all synthetic rubbers. I actually heard, folks, that one time they actually marketed these in a very interesting way. They said, this is your child. Do you not want your child? Well, get him to sign a contract with the Russian army, and that's a great way to get rid of him. I was like, damn, that's kind of hardcore. But anyways, with that, we're going to be moving out of Budanovsk and on into the area of Yeysk. When the Ukrainians say, do you want to blow up another plane? Usually the Ukrainians say, Yeysk. And they did, again tonight. Apparently the Yeysk airfield was a cute little plane. That one, actually. Like, literally this one exactly. The IL-38. Oddly enough, back at the early part of the war, this airbase was used as a drone launching facility, but after it got blown up because Ukrainian drones were finally able to reach out in range and hit the drone launching facility, they abandoned the airfield at Yeysk. Apparently, at some point later that we have not been able to ascertain, they then decided to put a whole bunch of the rarer Russian naval maritime patrol aircraft here at this very airbase and just kind of hope that the Ukrainians wouldn't hit it again. They hit it again and they blew up an incredibly rare IL-38. You can see it here in this footage. There is an IL-38. Y'all want to see one turn into cinders? Well, you don't even have to answer that question. It's going to happen anyways. There's another picture of one.
Ew.
Oh, and here's the Ukrainian drone that's about to end this thing.
This was allegedly the only thing that could detect these subsea baby drones, and it looks like it's a goner.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh? Oh, look. And now they're showing that clip of the Novorossiysk getting hit. So apparently, folks, from what we understand, they hit the IL-38M, and then the Sea Baby hit the Novorossiysk later, but we're only hearing about the IL-38 being destroyed today, but it was actually destroyed at the same time the Novorossiysk was hit, the port of Novorossiysk was hit with a Kilo-class submarine inside of the port. Pretty cool stuff, honestly. Really impressive by the Ukrainian Internal Security Services. Meanwhile, near the area of the port of Taman was still on fire and burning profusely. This port was hit, and we do have picture and video confirmation of that now at this point. Meanwhile, Sevastopol also came under air attack once again, and we were able to hear air defense near to the Belbek airfield. Notice there's no missile-based air defense because all of the missile-based radar air defense systems were knocked out. Meanwhile, moving on all out of that and on into the area of Ukraine, we've been able to hear somewhat concerning news over the day. The Ukrainians, or more so the IAEA, have stated that the sarcophagus currently covering the Chernobyl reactor number 4, which is called the new safe containment, or the NSC, is currently under jeopardy of collapse. As a matter of fact, a direct hit wouldn't even take down the structure. A nearby explosion could actually start to jeopardize the structure and bring it down. This is a fairly concerning sort of a situation at the moment, as this could turn out quite badly. So hopefully the Russians will not land another one around there again, because the entire new safe containment could collapse right on top of Chernobyl reactor number 4. But before we move on from that, though, I do want to cover something that we did not put in the news today, which is actually the U.S. saying once again that they need Greenland for national security purposes, and that they have to have it. And a lot of people are putting in their thoughts and opinions on that. Matthew, what are people thinking about that at the moment, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so we're back to the same old situation here. The U.S. is back to saying that they need Greenland again. That's what they're saying. The top U.S. officials are saying that they need to have Greenland, not for critical minerals, but for national security. So we're back to that shit show again. I'm just going to say it the way it is. So they're saying that. So what are your thoughts? 59% said the USA is just destroying EU relations, while 17% said the USA should have Greenland, and 16% said Denmark should just ramp up defense. So to make it clear, Denmark has agreed to ramp up defense. If you pull it up and make a simple Google search, you will find that they have agreed to ramp up their defenses in direct response to U.S. complaints. So Denmark is not flipping the U.S. off. They are saying, we want to work with you to ramp up defense, but Greenland is ours and we're going to keep it. So, we got to stop trying to sabotage our allies' relationships with us. We have to stop doing that. That's not political. That's just common sense. And if you find that political, I do apologize, but I'm not going to change my stance on that. So how about we start using some common sense, stop threatening our allies to take their territory like Putin does to people, and how about we chill out and be good Americans again? So I'm with the 58%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say this is completely destroying European Union relations. It's absolutely stupid. It's asinine. It makes no strategic or economic sense whatsoever. We're basically alienating the largest economic sphere that we have at the moment for absolutely no gain, from what I can understand. It's dumb. That's the only way I can put it, and I'd have to go with a 58%. It's not political, it's just common sense. If you consider that to be political, you're probably not intelligent enough to be listening to foreign policy news. Like, I don't mean to always put that in an offensive way, but for people who act like they're going to punch down and say that we have a right to take Greenland, you're basically saying that we have a right to piss away a $1 trillion trade economy that we're involved in, which makes literally no sense at all, because losing a $1 trillion trade economy is far worse than ever not having Greenland, as far as the strategic implications would be concerned. So I'm with the 57%. We're basically destroying European Union relations at this point. It's absolutely horrendous. But with that, folks, we're going to be moving on from that. I'll be honest with y'all, folks. I don't think that's going to go that far. I'm just going to be flat out. The president has absolutely no clue what he's doing at this point in foreign policy. It's quite obvious. Most of the stuff is so asinine and ridiculous. It would probably follow some very strict or very serious actions in the Congress or the Supreme Court, for that matter, which happens quite often these days, to stop stupidity at this point. So that's basically what it is. Not trying to be political here, but I'll also be honest with y'all. I'm completely fed up with the absolutely stupid, idiotic statements, plays, and actions that we make in terms of national security and foreign policy, among many other things, but we're not going to get into those. But anyways, with that, we are going to be moving on from that little bit of news and back into Ukraine. Moving us back into Ukraine, we have been able to hear out of Kyiv today that apparently the Ukrainians are going to be starting sanctions on Chinese citizens working with the Russian military, or really the Russian war industry specifically. Zelensky also added that the sanctions will also target those who justify Russia's aggression and promote Russian influence through popular culture, as well as athletes who use their sports careers and public attention to glorify Russian aggression. So it appears that at the moment, the Ukrainians are now going to be taking sanctions and actual retaliatory action against the People's Republic of China and their involvement in the war. Moving on from that and on into the area of Basivka and the Sumy Oblast, we've also been able to see Ukrainian forces in a very rare moment in the 103rd Territorial Defense Forces targeting and hitting the Russian Federation's armed forces within the area.
Oh, hello?
Oh, hello. Sorry, there's some sort of a noise going on outside, and I'm trying to listen to it because I can't really tell what exactly it is. But we can see the drone flying on into the building.
You know, I didn't mention it to you, but earlier today, I don't know what sound you're hearing, by the way, but earlier today, there was like this really high pitch sound that like went through my place. Like, I can't get into more details of what my place looks like, or I'll be violating OPSEC, but really high pitched sound. And at first, I thought it was coming through a video that I was listening to, trying to research the Syria topic. But then I was like, that's not coming through my headphones. I paused the video and I still heard it. And then it ended like 5 seconds later, very high pitch. And I was like, I don't know what that is, but, you know, it wasn't like, you know, the Havana syndrome junk, because it would have caused some kind of type of issue, but it was very strange.
From what I'm hearing, it's kind of like, it almost sounds like the rumbling of a trash can, like moving at high speed. And I can't really figure out what the hell that is. Because it keeps on going on every about other minute or two, and I'm like, what is going on? And I tried to look around, and I'm not really seeing anything. So I'm like, what in the world is that noise? Like, it's starting to grip my imagination. What in the hell that could even be?
Yeah, I'll tell you what. At least I didn't get stupider, though. Like, if I'd have gotten any stupider, and I got on stream tonight, then maybe that was the Havana syndrome. But I think I'm still as stupid as I was, so I don't think I got any worse.
Man, you know something, man? I'm starting to taste. you know something, man? I'm starting to taste nickels. It's like, oh no,
oh no, they got
no. Oh man,
no.
A tragedy.
Oh, man. If they hit me with enough Havana syndrome, I might be able to run for president.
Man, honestly. Moving on from that, though, and out of the Sumy Oblast and further on down and into our location unknowns, we also were able to see a Ukrainian shoot down a drone on the first shot. Take a look.
Oh.
That was pretty wild.
Now I can't hear anything anymore. I can't hear nothing.
I mean, that was like the base boosted drone, like from hell right there when it got hit. Let's listen to that one more time since you're already deaf. I like that was pretty wild.
Oh man, now my brain's rattled out of place.
Oh man. Moving on from that, we also got to see a modified Australian M1A1 in Ukrainian service. And I'm not gonna lie, folks, those frontal turret cheeks with like the angled ERA tiles, that actually looks pretty freaking cool. It almost makes the Abrams look like a Leopard 2.
It kind of does, actually. It kind of does.
It is really neat, honestly. I like the armor mods on this thing, and it's really cool that the Australians keep giving the Ukrainians loads of M1A1 SAs. Meanwhile, we also saw the Russian casualty report for the day, which was given to us graciously by none other than Miss Disa, keeper of the records. Sadly, no Bombcats were lost, but high troop losses misses 1.2 million by 720 and increases 7-day average to 1,437. Tanks and APCs are also up. 453 drones is the 19th highest daily loss. Recent aircraft destroyed are now reported. And over the past 24 hours, we have been able to confirm that 1,420 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed, along with 8 main battle tanks, 20 APCs, 23 artillery pieces, 1 MLRS, 2 aircraft, 453 drones, and 113 supply trucks. In general, an incredibly good day, and wonderful to see. Moving on out of our location unknowns, and further on down the front line and into the area of Konstantinivka, as we really didn't get a lot of combat footage from elsewhere over the day, we were able to see near Konstantinivka that the Russians were getting hit pretty hard by the 28th Mechanized Brigade, which is clearly in the holiday season. Let's take a little look. We can see the Russians making their advance here. Oh, and look, the Ukrainians are actually landing some artillery on them. And some drones.
They're really smashing them. Oh, they're getting the Hurt Company. You saw that Hurt Company?
Man, bro, they opened up a whole LLC for this.
Damn.
Ooh. And another one. Oh.
Oh.
That thing be cooking. Oh, and the second tank continued to move up after the first one got obliterated right in front of him. And now it's being illuminated by the fires of hell. Good God. Oh my God, what was that? Was that a Chinese firework they just hit this thing with? Look at this.
That is insane. Let's see it again.
Holy smokes.
The hell? What's going on with that?
Man, I don't even know. But wait a minute, man. Do you have breaking news?
We have some breaking news right now, believe it or not. I'm currently tracking on Flight Radar 24, by the way. It looks like we have a object currently flying over. It looks like maybe the islands off of Australia, it seems like. We're getting here a bit of an unidentified craft. It's got multiple parts. Unfortunately, you might want to pull up Flight Radar 24 real quick and take a look at this. It's got the call sign R3DNO53. It's near Australia.
Oh my God.
What the hell?
Dude, this
It's
aircraft
traveling
is
at 60,000 feet.
at 1,200 knots. Oh my Lord. Holy moly, folks. It's Santa Claus.
It's Santa Claus and the red-nosed deer.
Oh my.
Reindeer.
Oh my God. Can y'all believe this, folks? Its registration is ho ho ho. Its country of registration is not available. It's 1,755 years old. Damn, that's kind of old. I mean, they ought to retire that. Let's see. It's at 60,000 feet at 1,200 knots, Mach 2.4. That son of a bitch is dead. Like, that's at 60,000 feet at 1,400 miles an hour. I don't think he's lasting long up there.
How many Mach? How many Mach is it going?
Mach 2.4.
2.4. So this is outrunning a U2. This thing is booking it. I mean, this thing's going fast. It's at the altitude of the U2. I mean, this thing is going quick.
You mean the SR-71?
Huh?
You mean the SR-71? The U2 goes like 400 miles an hour.
No, I'm talking about the altitude.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the SR-71.
What the hell? No, man, I was talking about the U2, man. You know how high that thing flies? It goes pretty high right there. But Santa Claus out here, who knew the whole time? We simply had to go to the North Pole. Santa could have hooked us up with some fantastic aeronautical equipment. And we've been passing on it the whole time. The whole time, the nemesis of the Axis powers has been a deer with a red nose.
That deer do be kind of looking a little goofy, though.
It does. Can we get a little up close pic of that?
Sadly, no. It won't allow me to enlarge it, but that's what it is. And
also, by the way, folks, I had to give a little second here to give this little thing a little bit of an announcement here because I was a little bit surprised to see this on here, but Santa did take off from this area here. It's taking him a long time to actually get from the North Pole down to here, but he's making progress.
wait a minute, where did he come from? Oh
the
my
North Pole.
God! He came
Greenland.
from Greenland!
Maybe that could be questionable.
Santa is a real bastard. One of those super idiot Euro, like one of those Euro idiots. Look at him living in Greenland on American dime. He's giving out all of these toys to these kids off of taxpayer money. It's time for Europe to foot the bill. They're going to have to buy all the presents for Christmas this year. Absolutely terrible. Look at him.
They said, sir, NORAD's tracking an unidentified object, sir. It came straight out of the enemy country of Greenland, longtime enemy of the United States. They said, sir, it looks like it's hypersonic. It's going about 1,200 knots. Deploy the NORAD, deploy the Trump class. We need the new ships, those beautiful ships that have no missiles. We need them out there to stare at the missile when it's coming in. They said, sir, look, the new ships. They said, sir, we can't take down this hypersonic, but damn, there it goes. We saw it. That's all it is. It's an observation ship. It just sees it coming in, says, yeah, dock, and it just runs.
You know, Santa was at the island.
Oh no, Santa was not at the island.
pictures.
He was not there. They said he has little elves on the island, but he was not at the island.
They say that he goes to the North Pole on his private flying sleigh with a bunch of little elves. Sounds kind of suspicious, doesn't it? Maybe we need to get the Attorney General on that one. Look into it, sweetie, although we're not supposed to tell you what to do. Look into it. But interesting.
You need to reinvest in Adobe Pro. It's a thing called Redact. It's a little feature called Redact. You don't take little images of text boxes and put them over the text. It doesn't work. It's not effective. You got to get a little Adobe. They call it a little subscription. They said it's an old-fashioned term called pay-to-play type deal.
I gotta be honest with you. It is a little pay to play, but one thing's great: the economy is an absolute lie. Affordability is a scam. Just buy less presents for Christmas, and don't eat a turkey for Thanksgiving. Eat KFC. That's clearly a great substitute. But yeah, it's doing great. It's doing wonderful. But Santa doesn't go to broke kids, and basically everyone in America is in that category right now. So have fun flying around New Zealand. He's going to New Zealand. Everyone, look at that. He's going down there.
And it turns out that we're declaring Santa a foreign terrorist organization. It turns out that Santa's been engaging in not so savory activities. They said, sir, he's presiding over a bunch of people. He says he has an army. He's building a lot of shit, everything. He's building it all. They said, sir, they're really just building stuff. They got the reindeer. They're deploying all their reindeer, those hypersonic reindeer. You got to be careful about those. They change course mid-flight. They're very dangerous. You got to look out. They said, sir, thank you, sir.
I heard that Santa entered the United States of America by illegally flying over the border. We're going to have ice on his ass, and he's going straight to Secot. No questions asked, right there with the reindeer. The reindeer are going to be eaten by the El Salvadorian guards at the prison, and they're probably going to feed Rudolph to that guy, what the hell is his name? Bokele, or Buckle, as I call him. Little Buckle, great guy. He just does some questionable human rights stuff, but who cares about that, Break a couple of eggs to make an omelet until you're the egg that's getting broke. But nevertheless, gotta say...
They said, sir, wait, they said, sir, if you could be any character in the Christmas movie, which one would it be? They said you could be Father Frost, Santa Claus, Rudolph, you could be any of the gang. I said, I want to be the warlock. I want to be that nasty bastard. I want to be that warlock. Oh, that warlock. He said, sir, slap that name on outside that building. Call it Warlock Inc. That's what they call it, sir. They said, we want to have the nastiest business. We want to have the warlock on the list. They said, take that warlock off that list. It's so nasty what they're doing to Warlock. Look what they're doing to him, that nasty bastard.
Santa told me that he had Santa told me, Matthew. Fake news. Santa told me, Matthew. You wouldn't believe this. He called me up. He said, Sir, I have nothing but cards for you for Christmas. I said, you don't have the cards. You've got to give up all you can. The Russians are taking over the North Pole. You've got to give them at least half of the elves. And he said, that doesn't make any sense, and I'm not here to play cards. I'm just giving them away. And I said, that's really stupid. Why in the world would you make no money off of that? That's really not capitalist. It's kind of communist to give away toys for free. Really stupid. By the way, you can get crypto for Christmas. Crypto. It's a great, wonderful gift to give people. A Bitcoin. It's a great thing. Or any other currencies, like the amazing Squibbit coin or the Dogecoin or any others. Maybe even Coinbase. I don't know. That's a great Christmas present to give people. But another thing that I have to say, folks, is that it is absolutely ridiculous how prior administrations never realized the threat of Santa. I used to go on Twitter and talk about the Santa hoax. Everyone would sit there and call me a liar. They would call me an absolute liar. They would wiretap my phones to listen to me talk about Santa. So I called up the Ukrainians and I asked him to pull up some dirt on Santa because I realized that one year he went there and he gave them a whole bunch of ATGMs. So I said, you got to find out about the Santa guy. And then they got me some dirt and then they said, Santa. And it was a whole deal. It was really stupid. And
Hey, Jack, remember something. You ever notice how that reindeer nose is lighting up red?
I kind of have. Why? What about it?
Oh, be careful, man. They say Rudolph's wiretapped. His light's turning red to alert you. The wiretap's active. Be careful what's on the phone. Watch it.
I gotta be honest with you. Rudolph and me, we get along together. We've been persecuted by the media. They sat there and called him a cripple because his nose turns red. They called me a cripple because I'm stupid. Kind of the same thing. But outside of that, I gotta say, this is one hell of a thing, Christmas. But nobody's a greater gift giver than me. I gave America a great economy, better security, and everything's never been better. It's been incredible, truly. Nobody can ever say that I did as bad as George Washington, stupid guy, made a democracy. Some people want a dictator. But, honestly, I wouldn't want to be a dictator unless the people wanted me to be. And anyone who says otherwise, they're liars and fake news. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on, folks. Back into the war. I don't know what made us do that right there. Oh, it was the Santa thing. But anyways, back to the news. Moving on from that and into the northern flank. We also got to see that the Russians conducted a little attack in the northern flank of Pokrovsk on horseback. I was actually going to show this on stream, but considering that it actually showed some horses getting turned to shreds from FPV drones, I decided not to because I don't know if people would want to see that. It was actually quite gory. But nevertheless, the Russian Federation actually conducted a cavalry attack on Ukrainian positions in the northern flank of Pokrovsk. It absolutely failed, and the entire Russian attack was repelled. The horses and infantry were killed, and it amounted to absolutely nothing. But this is the first time since 1945 that a cavalry attack has been conducted in war, and it is clearly showing that that tactic does not work. Moving on from that, we've also seen around the Pokrovsk front that the Ukrainians were also hitting some Russian forces. We could see here. The remembrance.
Did a little number on them there. It looks like the surface of the moon.
Oh, look, Matthew. Grads. Boy, are they glad to see you.
Oh, man. Oh.
Oh, damn. They just dropped the little... Look at that.
Oh,
my goodness. When the screen turns to like that little pixel-looking thing right there, it's trouble.
Oh, you know it. Oh. I can't tell if that's ammo or a grad. Oh, that's a grad. Good.
They graduated.
Graduation. Man, I tell you, man. Something else right there. Something else. Oh, and they're getting the second one, too. What a joy. What a joy. And they're cooking. They're cooking on up quite nicely. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Man, I tell you, chestnuts roasting on the open fire, am I right? Oh, my God.
Oh, my goodness. They gave them a Christmas disaster.
That one just evaporated, I guess. Oh, yeah, that was the one that evaporated. There's nothing left of that one. It literally turned into atoms.
Damn.
Dang. That's crazy, honestly. But moving on out from that clip, and on out of that northern flank of Pokrovsk, moving on towards Pokrovsk itself, we also get to see the 425th using the M1A1 SAs that they have been given by Australia and have refitted heavily for the use in the war.
Australia really is goated for doing that, by the way. That's a fantastic thing they did.
Goated with the sauce, they say.
I love how Ukraine puts these things right to work. They don't waste any time. They said, "Oh, brand new tank, put it to work."
Look at that Abrams. Put it out there and blow up Russian position with it. Yes, Commander. And then they go out there and they do it like same day shipping, basically.
Also, by the way, folks, while we're sitting here looking at this clip right here, did y'all know that United 24 gave us a shout out, by the way, for all that fundraising that y'all helped us do on Sunday for Kidsmas, by the way? Apparently, it boosted Kidsmas, the U24 fundraiser, quite a lot with all the folks going over there. So, once again, a huge shout out to y'all for that.
And really, I mean, a massive shout out to all of y'all. Truly incredible to see that we were able to help out a good bit on the fundraiser. And right now, just to give y'all a little bit of an update, that fundraiser is at about $153,000, which is getting on up there towards their goal of $500,000. And apparently, we contributed about about $12,000 to that. So that was impressive to see and wonderful to know that the Lee Spring Army is always showing that it's sending its regards even to United 24, which gave us a shout out and called us a colleague. Isn't that nice of them? That's really cool.
A colleague?
Look at that. That was neat. That was really nice of them. Meanwhile, we can also see the M1A1 SAs in Pokrovsk laying down the fire on the Russians inside of their positions. We see them here continuing to show the interview and actions within the area. And we can also see the Ukrainian infantry now dismounting from the Bradleys and making their way into the town. You know, man, I don't get this, man. Like, there's people like Warren here that say you're ignoring the fact that the Syrian Sunni majority, we literally mentioned that. There's like so many people who come in here and say that about point and point. We literally mention that word for word that they're conducting genocides and massacres against these people. Like, I gotta say, like, you gotta listen a little bit better before you start trying to like lay down the law to me. We literally talked about that. But anyways, with that, we can see the 425th tanks now retreating out of the area.
I think the whole point of them saying that is to get their airtime.
Maybe, because I respond to things though, Matthew, that I can respond to. Like if someone agrees to me, there's not a lot to be said there. If someone disagrees with me though, there's a way to elaborate on something. Like if someone agrees with me, what am I going to say? Yes, my plan is so great, and then I sound like the president. If someone disagrees with me, then I got something to actually debate on and at least use to further elaborate on something, or at least say something, so that way we don't have downtime.
But I just wouldn't give them the airtime they're looking for.
Oh, well, I mean, maybe not. Maybe not. Who knows? But down near the Kimber and Spit, we also were able to see Ukrainian drones hitting the logistics.
Oh, look at this. Those drone boats. The U.S. should look at this and salivate.
Man, look at them go, crawling on up there.
The U.S. Navy should be salivating over this more than a person does when they look at an A5 Wagyu steak perfectly seared.
Oh, look, it's a Russian soldier.
They pulled right up to the source. Oh my gosh.
I think the supply line is gone.
Is this technically a land drone at this point? I mean, it made a land attack.
No, it's still a naval drone. Barracuda. We know some people like that. But anyways, moving on from that, folks, it's time for us to get on up to Kyiv and cover the speech from the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, here on day 1399 of the news from around the world. We're getting closer to Christmas, everyone, and so without further ado, here's the speech. Speech!
Шановні українці, українки, коротко про цей день, який почався з удару по нашій країні, черговий російський удар, підлий, як і все, що вони роблять. Енергетика була основною мішенню, але, на жаль, є і втрати, є і поранені. Весь день працюють ремонтні бригади на енергетичних об'єктах. Максимум зусиль, щоб українці були зі світлом на Різдво. Звісно, росіяни стараються зламати і це свято, і цей святий день. Не дивують. Це така країна, такий сусід. Важливо, щоб світ це бачив і бачив, що це не можна так лишати. Україна щодня і в свята, і в будні потребує підтримки, потребує ракет для ППО, фінансування для виробництва зброї, потребує допомоги для нашої стійкості. І саме це ми забезпечуємо. Сьогодні я говорив з Урсулою фон дер Ляєн. Дякую за підтримку у такий час і протягом усіх років цієї війни. Ми ще раз обговорили деталі пакету 90 мільярдів євро для України на 2 роки. Історичне рішення для нашої стійкості. Ми забезпечуємо Україні необхідне. Детальна була сьогодні доповідь нашої переговорної команди. Рустем Умєров та Андрій Гнатов повернулись після зустрічі в Сполучених Штатах з представниками президента Трампа. Вони доповіли про робочі драфти угод, які вже є, про пункти угод, які нам вдалося зробити сильніше. Ми продовжуємо бути з Америкою в постійному контакті. Ми очікуємо подальшої роботи, відчуваємо, що Америка хоче досягти фінальної угоди. І з нашого боку повна співпраця. Україна ніколи не була і не буде перешкодою для миру. Ми працюємо активно та робимо все, щоб документи були, і щоб документи були реалістичними. Головне, щоб Росія не зривала цю дипломатію та на 100% серйозно ставилась до закінчення війни. Якщо ні, повинен бути додатковий тиск на Росію. Світ володіє всіма інструментами, щоб тиск спрацював, щоб мир був. Дякую всім, хто допомагає. Говорив з президентом Фінляндії Стубом. Алекс, як завжди, допомагає максимально. Ми координуємось з усіма партнерами. Були сьогодні також детальні доповіді військових. Дякую всім нашим воїнам, кожному підрозділу за активну оборону. Сьогодні була також доповідь прем'єр-міністра України Юлії Свириденко. Ситуація в енергетиці, відновлення нашої генерації та мереж, також трансформація енергетичних компаній. Багато всього робиться, є перші результати аудитів, продовжується оновлення наглядових рад та керівництва. Це все правильно. Окремо обговорили перші результати нашої програми зимової підтримки. Вже майже 18 мільйонів дали заявку на зимову підтримку. Завтра можемо вийти на таку кількість. Важливо, щоб заявка була оформлена саме до Різдва. Це останній день оформлення заявок на цьогорічну зимову підтримку. Кошти ж можна буде використовувати до червня. Тобто кожен з цих майже 18 мільйонів українців встигне скористатися програмою. І ми бачимо, що такі форми підтримки дійсно працюють. Пряма підтримка, і не тільки в нашій країні. Америка, Європа і інші частини світу так чи інакше формують свої програми прямої підтримки. На наступний рік передбачимо нові. Дякую всім, хто дбає про українців, про нашу державу, про наш захист, про українські національні інтереси. Дякую всім, хто захищає Україну як себе самого. Слава Україні!
Героям слава! And with that, that is the end of the speech from the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, here on this very day of the war, 1399. And it's time for us, folks, to move on into the second segment of this stream, where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And boy, howdy, is it a fun time, folks. And of course, we're going to be making sure to get to each and every single one of them that we can. I actually noticed, folks, that tonight's news segment was about 2 hours and 40 minutes long. Holy moly. And so we're going to be getting into that right away without further delay. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping right into our super chat questions here after rounding out the news segment for the night. That was a ton of news, by the way. That was literally 2 days of massive events happening, literally for 48 hours. So a ton of news. But jumping right into our first super chat here, this one goes to Nick Hines, and he put in a very generous $100 support as well. And thank you very much, Nick, for that support. He said, "Get yourself something nice, an LSA. And do you think that now Europe gave Ukraine $105 billion and with the deal a while ago for potentially 100 Griffin fighters from Sweden starting next year, and Romania opening a new material crossing, can Ukraine outlast Russia?"
I would say yes, generally without a doubt. As long as they have funding to be able to support their military and economic operations at a minimum level, they should be able to outlast the Russians. The Russians are fighting an offensive war. The Ukrainians generally at this point are fighting defensive. And so as long as they can generally attrit the Russians and await their economic collapse, which will probably come in about a year and a half or so, I think they should be in a good position, to be entirely honest with you, Nick. So I got to thank you massively for the support and help this channel to keep it running all the way from Canada. And it's great to know that the Canadian contingent of the Lee Spring Army continues to support our abilities to continue to cover this news every single day, even 2 days before Christmas, which is the last stream that we're running before Christmas. But with that, a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a super chat from none other than Mark Ead, who put in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Mark, for that generous support and also helping to keep the channel going. And Mark said, "Let's go Team LSA from New Zealand."
And let's go LSA! And I gotta say, humongous thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running all the way from New Zealand, Mark. And we thank you incredibly for your daily support and helping this channel to keep on rolling, because you help us to be on air, covering this news every single day of the year, except for Christmas Eve and Christmas Day and Thanksgiving and I think the 4th of July. But humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And of course, long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also got a $50 support from Rick Galenchin, our viewer from Canada, all the way from Canada right up there. And thank you very much, Rick, for that 50. He said, "Merry Christmas to Matt and Andrew. And Merry Christmas to you, Rick."
And Merry Christmas to you, Rick. A Merry Christmas. I hope you have a very Merry Christmas. And a humongous thanks to you so much for the support and watching this channel all the way up until Christmas Day. And so a big thanks to you once again for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a $50 support from Little Bear. And Little Bear put in a 50. And thank you very much, Little Bear, for that support. They said, "Thank you, gents. I hope you have a great Christmas with family. And please take a question from the chat."
And thank you so much for the support. And we are already having a great Christmas with family, which actually, to be entirely honest, is kind of exhausting because we're getting out and doing a lot of stuff every day before we run the show. But still, it's been a good bit of fun, to be entirely honest. And it's always a fun day every day. Sadly, we can't really get into a lot of what we're doing for OPSEC reasons, but still pretty fun. But a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping the channel keep on running. And we will make sure to get one from the chat. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so I'm getting a juicy live chat question, and this one goes to Data Relay, who said, "Is it true that Romania is supposed to become a major NATO hub?"
Pretty much, yes. Generally, they are going to become a major hub because of the Cogolasanu Air Base inside of the area of, let's see here. Where would it be? Where would it be? It's going to be down here. Yeah, Mikhail Cogolasanu, right here. Because of Cogolasanu and the fact that there's a Atlantic Resolve rotational division within this area, it is a major hub for NATO at the moment, and it will continue to expand as a major hub, because you can already see the major construction underway over here that is now building a second runway and is also expanding the support facilities and bases that can be used by NATO forces within this area. So yes, that is actually true. Romania is becoming a significant hub of NATO, especially around the Black Sea Balkans area. Our other major hub is Poland, which is actually where the 5th Corps of the United States Army of Europe and Africa is actually based out of in Poznan. But anyways, a big thanks to you so much once again for sponsoring that live chat and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope I was able to address that question incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a super chat from BLK Tornado, who put in a 50. And thank you very much, Mr. Tornado, for that support. And he said, "Merry Christmas, Enforcer Matt and Enforcer, LLTLOSA. And I hope yours is merry and bright. And here's some funds to help. And what's your plans for Christmas dinner this year? And I know you've moved, so I hope you can still have an enjoyable Christmas. And thank you."
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. And I gotta say, we hope that you have a very Merry Christmas too. Right now, around the Salt Lake area, there's snow capping the mountains, but it just hasn't snowed in the valley. And people have been telling me from around here that it doesn't feel like Christmas unless if it's really snowed. So apparently, a lot of people around here aren't really calling this real Christmas because it hasn't snowed enough. Outside of that, though, we've been having a great time. I mean, we don't even know what snow is. We're from Alabama, so we don't really even tell the difference. It basically is Christmas for us. But beyond that, though, I would say that we are having quite a good Christmas. And as far as Christmas dinner, I don't really know. Matthew, what are our plans for Christmas dinner?
Oh, for Christmas dinner, they say Christmas dinner. That's something there. That's a good question about what's for Christmas dinner. Some people have, roast duck. Some people have, roast chicken. Some people have a little bit of steak. Some people have. I don't know what's going to be for Christmas dinner, to be honest. I'm not going to be able to roast a duck, so I'm not sure. Peking duck.
We could always go to a Chinese restaurant. Dude, we're literally going to live out of the Christmas story like book this year, man. We're gonna get to a Chinese restaurant and have a Peking duck on Christmas.
Yeah, what do people eat for Christmas? Honestly, we've never been big on Christmas dinners. Like that's really never been a thing. Now, obviously, Thanksgiving's different, so that's like the big dinner time. But we've never really been into Christmas dinners. But now that you mentioned it, it does kind of sound good. Whatever you should have.
Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna have for Christmas dinner, honestly, folks. We'll have to actually try and figure that out in between right now and Christmas Day. So I do think you've asked me for the support, but sadly, we don't even know either what we're going to have for Christmas for food. I have no clue. I guess we're just going to starve. Matthew, I think we're going to die. I think we're going to starve to death on Christmas.
No, we're not going to do that. Maybe for Christmas, you can unwrap a little bit of steak under the tree or something like that. A little bit of steak. The steak might take up the entire Christmas budget with the way the meat's costing these days. I mean, you want a nice roast or one piece of steak. I'll be honest with you, folks. I legitimately walked through Costco the other day, not to name drop Costco again, but I walked through there. I was getting my normal stuff, which is pretty light for the week. And I walked through and I looked at the meat and I was like, I'm seeing prices right. I know my glasses probably need a little bit of an upgrade here, but I'm seeing prices that look like they have six figures on them, and it was like $100 and something bucks for your average pack of meat. And then I looked up and noticed other people staring down at the meat in a very mystified way, like in disbelief. Then they stared at it for like 30 seconds, and then they looked up like zombies and walked off. And I was like, huh. So I'm not the only one having sticker shock from this. I'm like, everybody else is just staring at it and then walking off. Nobody's buying the meat. And also I noticed their stock of meat was lower than usual. Like they barely have anything in the freezer. Apparently nobody's buying it, so they're not really putting much in there. So it's a sad day for meat.
Man, you know what the meat aisle at a grocery store and a Lamborghini dealership have in common?
Both are unattainable.
Most people look, but they don't buy.
Window shopping for meat.
Oh my goodness. Oh man, I tell you, folks. I remember back in the day when I was a kid, I said, wow, I can't wait to grow up and look at meat that I can't afford. I gotta tell y'all, meat's in thin supply these days. You just can't really find a lot of it. But you can find a lot of beef. You get a lot of beef for free on YouTube. You just have to run a YouTube channel. You'll get some eventually. But outside of that, I haven't been able to find any affordable meat. Like basically the only meat that's kind of affordable is maybe chicken, and that's about it. So it's tough.
There's like scraps of meat. They sell like the scraps of meat, like beef, like in the pack. I don't know what it's called exactly, but it's like the cheaper meat cut that nobody really wants. I think even that was like 40 something bucks, like even for that. And it was usually like, I think 15 or something. I mean, it was like 40 bucks. I'm like, I am not paying for this right here. Now, sadly, I had to break down and get the ground beef. Like I had to get that, which is pretty steep for that as well. For like a 3-pack of the ground beef for like, I think it's like 3 pounds or something, or 4 pounds, something like that. It was like $25 when I remember paying like 14 or 15 for it. I think a year or a year and a half ago. So I'm not a joker nor a hoaxer, but I think we might have a problem, Houston.
I think we might. I just saw someone say, I got a prime rib roast for 5 people at Walmart for $85.
Wait, say it again?
$85 for a prime rib roast for 5 at Walmart.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That's insane, man. Like, that is unbelievably priced. Like, folks, if I tried to eat meat every day, I would actually go broke. Like, it's that unaffordable. If I tried to include that in a meal every day, like a steak or something, for at least one meal, that would be more than the meal budget every day, actually, just for one steak. So that is insane, really. Man, I gotta tell you, it's a tough time these days. It's tough times. You know something that is cheap though, Matthew?
What?
Sleep.
What, sleep? No, it's not cheap. Time is money.
Man, I had sleep for dinner today. How about you?
I mean, I had something better than that.
Oh yeah?
Mm-hmm.
What was it?
Kirkland bottled water. Have you tried some?
Damn, man. Honestly, man, that's out of my price range.
Purified. Purified. It's primo water right there. And you even get the satisfaction of twisting the plastic and tossing it in the can when you're done with it.
Man, I mean that's actually like incredible right there, man. Honestly, folks, I went down to I actually went into the national forest around here, folks, to try and go scrounging around for something like a berry or something like that. And hell, the Forest Service now makes you pay money to just walk down a damn trail. I mean, I'm telling you, folks, we're getting bled dry like a stuck pig out here. Like it's rough here in America right now. You want to walk down, like some of the folks that's crazy. The Forestry Service is so underfunded. And this is the only thing that I could come up with. Either they're looking for money or they're very underfunded. Because we tried to walk up this trail a few weeks ago to Donut Falls, and they now have a sign out here saying if you want to walk up that trail, you have to pay a fee. And I forgot how much it is, but it's actually kind of expensive. I think it's like $10 or $15.
It's 5 or 10 or something like that, but it's for the parking. It's not actually walking on the trail. You're paying for the parking, but you have to drive up there. So, I mean, you have to park. So you got to pay the money. I remember walking up to that trail and we are like, oh, look, there's a nice park ranger right here. Like they're going to tell us about something about the wildlife or something. And the park ranger said, excuse me, gentlemen, but this is a fee area. Here's the fee. And we were like, excuse me, a fee area? It's like, I thought we were out in the middle of the wilderness. It's like, what do you mean a fee area? The government's got their hand out at the trailhead. This is crazy work. I thought I paid taxes.
Hi, welcome to the wilderness and the public lands available to the citizenry of the Republic. That'll be $5. It's like, what? It's like, what do you mean? It's like, this is public land. Well, technically it's the land of the Forestry Service, but still it's public land. It's like, this is just ridiculous. This is
they're
so
like debit
stupid.
or credit. It's like debit or credit. I'm just walking in the woods.
Yeah, you can go scan that QR code over there and download this app and pay us $5 for a 3-day pass. Like I think it was like 10 for a 3-day pass or something. I was like, what the? So also, by the way, folks, just to throw this out there to y'all, so that way you can be happy about your Congress right now, because there's a lot that needs to be done. Right now, in deferred maintenance, the Forestry Service has a whopping tab of about $24 billion in deferred maintenance on the very little stuff that they make. Because the Forestry Service is the Forestry Service. Their entire job of existing is to make some walking trails, which, are done by hand and very low maintenance, and to maybe build a few facilities here and there, like a shelter for the night with literally no amenities in it, or maybe a restroom at the beginning of a trailhead somewhere. That's about it. And they're in $24 billion of deferred maintenance right now, and the Congress just won't appropriate them the funds to be able to either start maintaining everything properly, or to, be able to expand their abilities and services within the Forestry Service. I mean, it's ridiculous, really. I mean, like, it's absolutely crazy, folks, because it's like, this is a public service. It's a public utility that people do get value out of, is national parks and the Forest Service, and they don't even give them the funding to operate. What are we, like, I am all for national security, and we talk about foreign policy and everything here on the channel all the time, but why in the hell is every single Congress and every single administration just shafting every single public service and utility in this country that is provided for the citizenry and is expected to be maintained through our tax funds? What are they doing?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Honestly, I feel like they're gonna start like putting us on a monthly subscription for breathing next. They're gonna be like, oh, you can't opt out of that, obviously. So it's gonna be a mandatory payment there. They're gonna be like, hey, $5 a month for the breathing fee. It's like, oh, it's like, thank you. I appreciate that.
They're gonna call that O2 Plus.
Yes, O2 Plus, sponsored by your favorite corporations.
Yeah, I mean, that's ridiculous, folks. Also, Lord Cox.
Honestly, it's not a bad idea if you think about it. They're polluting the hell out of the air like across the country. So it's like they're creating the problem, the companies are, and then they'll eventually sell you the solution, which is they're going to charge you for the air.
Yeah. Also, Laura Cox, the question is, why does it cost that much to maintain a dirt trail? Interestingly enough, it doesn't cost a lot to maintain the new ones that they rarely have the funds to build because they build them with a great deal of designing involved. I actually watched a documentary on this recently about a guy who was talking about trail designs. And it was very interesting to me because apparently the entire Appalachian Trail was not made by the Forestry Service. It was made by hiking enthusiasts who pretty much carved out the trail by just walking the same path over and over through the Appalachian mountain range, and that was a trail. So that trail is poorly designed, and it actually gets washed out a whole lot. So the Forestry Service has to pay Forest Service rangers to go in there, or volunteers, or they have to buy the equipment and materials for them to go in there and rebuild these trails by hand, and a lot of them. Also, there's other built-up facilities that the Forestry Service operates as well. They do operate and maintain small cabins for their rangers, so that way they can make sure to maintain the quality of the forest. They also have to inspect the forests. They also have to be able to construct and maintain the current trails, along with any trail facilities, which could include restrooms, small lodges, visitor centers, and such things like that, which do cost a good bit of money. And considering that, let me actually show y'all the U.S. Forestry Service's area of control, just to give y'all an idea of the tract of land that they are in charge of maintaining and operating. So let me see if I can get y'all a map.
You said it costs a lot of money to inspect the forest. I can go do that for them for free if they want.
Well, like keeping all the people on staff and payroll and stuff, but all of this land in green here, everywhere around America, that is all maintained and operated by the U.S. Forestry Service. Or this is probably a better map of it right here. Let me see if I can get y'all a larger one that'll actually pop up here for y'all, because I want one. Let's see. I think these are about the best we're going to get. Oh, wait a minute, hang on. Here's a map from the Forestry Service. Probably I can show it to y'all through here. No, yeah, I have to download it. We're not doing that. So, that's basically all the forests that they operate. It's a load of them, and they have to go into these absolutely obscure areas. It costs them a lot of money, and they hardly get any funding from the government to maintain any of the stuff. So they're in like $24 billion of deferred maintenance because hardly anyone ever approves them the funding decade over decade to do anything hardly.
Yeah, just wait. They're charging people a fee to walk into the forest now. That's already a little bit interesting, but just wait until they start getting enough money hungry to start charging the bears rent. You're gonna have a real problem then.
Yeah, bro. Forestry Service, and then they like push a bill into the cave, and the bear goes, "Oh!" Like it's like, bro. Next thing you know, there's gonna be a bear down the nearest Safeway, like or the Harmons. It's gonna be at the cash register. You'll be like, "Dude, where are you?" "Don't ask. I gotta afford this for my family." It's gonna be
or better yet, they start charging the bald eagle for flying around the park. They start like handing the bald eagle a bill. And then breaking news later. Breaking news: the bald eagle's been priced out of the forest. It's like it's gonna have to go move out to like Never Never Land because it can't afford the forest anymore.
Actually, no. Better yet, man. You know what they're gonna do? They're gonna cage up all the animals out there, and to get access to the wildlife, to where you might see some birds or something, you'll have to pay for FS Plus, which stands for Forestry Service Plus, and pay for the bald eagle option, and they'll release one near you, so you might be able to see it.
Or better yet, they don't start charging them rent. They start making them work for a living. Like they have the bears out there, like on the sides of the trails, like dancing and stuff like that. Like, oh, look at that bear over there. That thing is just like dancing. And it's like the park ranger standing over there talking about, "Dance, bear, dance." It's like okay. It's like, man, I tell you what, they gotta like lay off a little bit. Let people breathe a little bit. You don't have to like charge for everything. I'm like, we're paying enough in taxes. Every American is to at least go enjoy the forest without having to pay to go into it.
Yeah, I know. Also, someone said, "LOL, what a state." Actually, it was like that in Alabama. I forgot to say that it was like that in Alabama before we left, and it's basically the same prices for meat in Utah. And also in Alabama, like what's crazy about Alabama is that they didn't even have like Forestry Service run parks. They were state run parks, and they were more expensive even than the Forestry Service. And they were even worse maintained. It was crazy stupid. You remember that, Matthew? The one time that we paid like $10 a piece to go in that one park, and it was literally like just any random woods in Alabama. There was nothing even special about it.
Yeah, I remember that too. And there wasn't any, yeah, it's like there's no maintenance. I'm not buying that crap, people. Like when I hear people say, "Oh, well, we have to pay for the upkeep." It's like I don't. It's like this trail does not look that great. I'll be honest. I'm not trying to be negative here, but I'm like this trail is not that great for everybody to be paying like $10 to go in here. It's like what are they maintaining? It's like it's dirt, it's trees, it's wilderness. It's like it's not like you're out here like weed eating or something like that. It's natural and it's supposed to be that way. That's why it's a national forest. I don't buy it. I don't buy it personally.
Let's see, what are the expenditures of the Forestry Service? Expenditures of the U.S.
Brian Blairstown said toilets. Fair enough. There are public services they have to buy like toilet paper and stuff, but I mean they should be able to get enough funding through the tax dollars to pay for toilet paper. It's like, can the government not at least provide a roll of toilet paper when you go into the bathroom or something? It's like, why do we have to pay $10?
Oh, here we are. Here's the actual breakdown right here. Let's see. Here's the 2025 budget justification. Let's take a little gander. Oh, holy moly! This is a Bible length budget
Oh my God.
justification, man. Oh my God, bro, they're thorough
Bloat.
apparently. What?
Sounds like bloat to me.
Let's see. Let's see. Budget overview. That's what we want. Let's see. The Forest Service budget for 2025, the requested budget is 8.9 billion. This is an increase of 658 million in compared to 2024. The 2025 budget requests includes 2.6 billion for wildland fire management. Okay, that actually makes a lot of sense.
So they got wait a minute. So their budget is $9 billion.
The Congress might not have approved this. This is what they wanted, but the Congress could give them a much smaller number because every year they get a far smaller number than what they ask for, and that's why they have the quote-unquote deferred maintenance of $24 billion outstanding still in unrealized budgeting.
Huh, interesting. So let's see here. So what are they actually getting? Like that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like what are they actually getting?
Let's see. They want 150. So most of it, like the lion's share of it, is wildland fire management, which is pretty expensive to do because they need the vehicles, the equipment, the men, the payroll, and all that to do that. So that's an increase of. So the next one was $2 billion for the management of National Forest System lands. I don't know what that includes. I'm sure if you went down, it would actually explain what all that is. An increase of $32 million. They want $158 million for capital improvement and maintenance, which is actually a decrease. $360 million for forest and rangeland research. $305 million for state, private, and tribal forestry. And let's see, $1.1 billion for Forest Service operations. And let's see. And they want Forest Service funding from the Wildfire Suppression Operations Reserve Fund is $2.3 billion for 2025, which is an increase of $180 million. Let's see. I want to find out. So over the course of the whole year, they have a pie chart here. It's the tiniest one, and I was trying to see if I get it enlarged. I'd be dipped. They don't. Let's see.
Why is this so vague? Like I'm also researching on my end as well. It's like so vague. Like it's just general statements like supporting the forest and things like that. It's not anything specific.
Oh, well, they have the specific stuff in the subsections, like the Forest Service operations on page 29, and then it breaks all of that down as to what that means. So I could get us a specific answer. It would take a little bit of reading. Like I have to get to a section and read it really quickly and graze over it to get an answer. But I'm sure that there's probably a pretty decent answer as to why they would want that funding. Like, for example, wildland fire management. Let's see here.
But bottom line is, so they can't apparently get the budget they're looking for from the federal government. So they start charging the citizens instead. It's like, it's like, come on.
Let's see. Are available. Let's see. Provided further such funds. So Oh, wait a minute. Actually, this has the amendments. The amounts included for 2024 reflect the annualized level provided by the continuing resolution. Huh.
That sounds pretty fake.
So then it goes through the descriptions of the changes that were made. So let's move on down here. Yeah, so let's see. So this is actually where they start breaking down the amounts, which is for where? Because this is not a billion figure, this is a million figure. I'll be honest with y'all, folks. This would make a lot more sense if I had time to read it. I'm not one to bore y'all by actually like thoroughly reading this. This is probably something I do off air, but let's see here. Appropriation. Where in the world does the lion's share of the money come in? Where they're asking for the? Let's see. I don't really. I'm sorry, folks. Hang on. Oh, this is in millions. Okay. Whoopsie daisy. Apparently this is, let's see, 3 billion. Okay. I'm gonna have to read this in a lot more detail, folks, because I'm trying to read it really quickly, which isn't giving me a lot of time to actually grasp the charts and read them correctly, and also read the explanations as to what's going on. Let's see. Like this, for example, like selected examples of recent progress. They talk about what the fire guard is and how that works, like the system behind it and why it costs a certain amount. And I just don't have the time to read that on air because we're trying to keep the show rolling, and this thing is 300 pages long. But I mean, honestly, man, like at the same time, though, people say, why in the world do people need funding? But then a lot of people look at Amtrak, which hardly gets any congressional funding compared to what they were supposed to be getting. And then people sit there and go, oh, well, Amtrak's garbage. Unlike the long-distance trains, it's like, yeah, they've been running the same rail cars for like 40 years because no one's given them the funding to ever replace them. So that's why they kind of look like that. So I would assume that that's probably, once again, another underfunded thing here. But it's really annoying, though, that then they're going to pass the burden on to the citizenry. But it's like, then again, at the same time, if they're trying to find some way to make money to pay for something, it's like, if they don't have any money, I guess it's just going to fall into disrepair, so then they have no choice. But that's really a failing of the government at that point to not give them the funding to where they have to go and do that and start charging people for a public service.
Yeah, I know $20 billion is laying around that they gave to Argentina. They could probably go find some out of. But anyways, jumping off that topic right there and jumping into our next super chat. This one goes to Joseph Carr. And Joseph puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Joseph, for that very generous support. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And Joseph said, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And go Ukraine in 2026.
Hey! And Merry Christmas to you, and a Happy New Year, and thank you so much for the support, and of course, long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 50 from Carter's MG, and thank you very much, Carter's, for that 50 as well, and he said, Merry Christmas and LSA.
Hey, and LSA! And a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Mark Ead yet again. He throws in the second super chat of the night and puts in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Mark, as well, for the second one of the night. He said 2 for Tuesdays in Kiwi Land, Christmas, and greetings to enforcers and enforcerettes. And thank you all. And LSA, New Zealand.
Hey, and a big shout out to the Lee Spring Army in New Zealand, and a big hello to you. I hope you're doing well today. And I gotta thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who help to make this thing possible, help it to keep rolling, and we're greatly appreciative of that. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Chef Danny B. And Chef Danny puts in a 50 as well. And thank you very much, Chef, for that generous support. He said, good evening, enforcers. Chef Danny here. And I hope y'all and the beautiful people of the LSA have a great Christmas. And my earbuds died during dinner rush. And I'm guessing I missed the comedy segment in LT, LSA.
And you unfortunately did, I think. But that's okay. There's always rewind. And please be kind and rewind. And a huge thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because you are, of course, a huge part of this channel and help us to keep this thing running. And we thank you massively for the support because you help us to be able to have a comedy hour. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And we are on to the next one.
And we've also got another $50 support from guess who? It is Chef Danny yet again. He's cooking it up with a second one. And thank you very much, Chef Danny, once more. He said, Chef Danny again. And once my catering is up and going well, I am sending y'all monthly frozen meals made from yours only, Chef Danny.
Hey, that's really nice of you. I gotta say, I gotta say, thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Chef Danny B. That's very kind of you, and we thank you for that. We appreciate you greatly, and so a humongous thanks to you so much once again for support, the official chef of the LSA. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a $25 support from Shannon Newman, and thank you very much, Shannon, as well. And Shannon said, "Merry Christmas."
A Merry Christmas to you and a Happy New Year. And a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. So huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and jumping into our next one here, this one goes to none other than Purple Gerbil, who puts in a 25. And thank you, Mr. Gerbil, for that $25 support. He said, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to Andrew and Matt and all of your family and all the best. And thank you very much, Purple Gerbil. And also, we will be on around New Year. I don't think we'll be on that day, I don't think. We're never on that day, are we?
I don't know. I'd have to check my calendar here. I think actually last year we canceled it because we realized that not a lot of people watch on that day. That would actually be a Thursday next week. So I don't know. We might not.
Interesting. So we may not be on there. I'm not sure. It seems like a lot of people might be celebrating New Year's. They like to go out and, do the little fireworks thing and stuff like that. And sometimes have a little bit of beverage sometimes too. So I'm not sure if we will. But also, happy early New Year to you and Merry Christmas. But Enforcer, what say you?
And a happy early New Year's to you as well. And a big Merry Christmas as well. And a huge thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are going to be moving on and into the next one.
And our next one goes to Cliff H, and he put in a 24 and simply said, Merry Christmas.
Hey, Merry Christmas to you. And I hope you have a great one. And a huge thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on rolling. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we've also got a $22 support from Tattoo Tarnish. And thank you very much, Tattoo Tarnish, for that $22 support. And she said, you guys are awesome. And thank you for all the info and laughs. And Merry Christmas.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. And Merry Christmas to you. We thank you greatly for the support. And we hope you have a great one as well. And thank you so much for the kind words and the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And so with that, a massive thanks to you so much once again. And we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I see people talking about New Year's right now. Mainstream media does a New Year's special where they have the host go get drunk and plastered and say things that they shouldn't say on the air. So maybe we should have that too. A drunk plastered New Year's stream where you get on air a little bit inebriated and try to talk your way through it and not get fired or canceled perhaps because they've said some bad things in the past on mainstream media. When those folks get drunk, they've gotten on there and said some things that they probably regret, which honestly seems like a terrible idea. I'm not sure who would approve that idea because it's literally seems like a liability, but they do it anyway and they have a little bit of interesting times.
I gotta be honest with you, I don't know who in the world would do that besides I'm not gonna put my career on Russian roulette live on air because I get tipsy. It's that's stupid. Hell no. It's I'm not doing that. If someone approved that higher up than me, I'll be I'm still not doing that. That's absolutely dumb. But you know what, folks? That's what we're going to do. We're going to go down to the Salt Lake City Capitol building. We're going to go and stand in front of it, and we're going to have a bottle of Henny, and we're just going to drink that until we start seeing multiple. Yeah, man, we're gonna drink that until we see multiples, and then we'll go live. I think that ought to be a good idea, Matthew. What do you think?
Honestly, that sounds like a horrible idea. Also, by the way, I would never do that, folks. We may make jokes from time to time, and people may say, "Oh, you're stupid making a joke." That's something we may do is make a joke, but one thing we will never do is get on the air inebriated. And I don't even drink. I don't even drink off the air either. I don't touch the stuff. I don't get with that alcohol and beverages. And if that's your thing, I mean, go for it. I mean, I'm not against it necessarily, but I just don't touch it personally. I just don't do it.
Listen, folks, you only live once. and this channel can only get canceled once. We're gonna go do it like we're gonna do it. I'm just kidding. We don't drink. And I personally, I just don't think I'd ever want to do something like that. Yeah, I just feel like that wouldn't be beneficial to anyone, y'all or ourselves included, truth be told. So with that, I hope that does address that the best we can. That's only the best we can, of course. And with that, it's time for us to move on and into the next one.
And our next one goes to Tom Xman, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Tom, as well, for that generous support and being a longtime channel legend. And Tom said, I'm super chatting the enforcers and a Merry Christmas.
Hey, and thank you so much for supporting the channel. And thank you so much for wishing us a very Merry Christmas. We wish you a very Merry Christmas as well, and a Happy New Year. And so a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on rolling. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Honestly, folks, I have to say, if I were to try some type of beverage out there that may have a little bit of alcohol content in it, I would probably try that Finlandia. I've heard that's a favorite of some of the Russian top leadership out there that like to, have a little bit of liquid courage. Some say that some top Russian officials have a swig of Finlandia, which I think is vodka, and then they go on Twitter and say the craziest things about the world and about nuclear weapons and things like that. That's what I've heard. That's the rumor on the street. But Finlandia might be something interesting.
Honestly, man, I think I know who you're talking about right there. I think I know who that is.
He has an affinity for Finlandia, it turns out.
He's a devil for the drink, Kathleen.
He's a devil for the nukes, too.
the crackhead of Kiev. It's like, bro, shut your mouth. It's like, bro, get out of here. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Greenskin, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Greenskin, for that support. He said, Merry Christmas, Enforcers and the LSA community, and thank you for the best news and good history lessons and facts included in the show. And I wish you all a Happy New Year when the time comes. And take one from the live chat.
Hey, thank you so much for the support. And thank you so much for all the kind words. We try our best to make the show as interesting and funny as we can and kind of have a blend of it. Although, to be honest with y'all folks, I think I could speak for both of us here, but the aggravations and bad foreign policy decisions and also the endless stupidity that's coming around is really, like, I'll be honest with y'all, it's emotionally wearing me down. That's why I'm honestly starting to complain about it a lot more on air, because it pains me to see stupidity in action. It happened in the last administration, an okay deal, but this administration is making the last one feel incredibly tame. Which I gotta be honest with y'all, I would have never thought I would have said that about a year and a half ago, because a year and a half ago I was like, I don't really think it can get worse than this. And believe it or not, you can actually burrow down through the floor after you hit the floor. So that's where we're at right now, which is incredibly annoying. But beyond that, huh?
I tell you what, I tell you folks, I'll be honest with you. I got out of the political thing a long time ago. I've said it before on the air. I used to be very political because I wasn't naturally a political science major, so it was what I was interested in, and I was also heavy into it. But about 2-3 years ago, I got out of it and really didn't focus on it too much, like heavy into like partisan politics. I got out of the stuff, didn't really care. But I'll be honest, it is like insanity these days. I think the biggest thing for me is the instability. The instability is really getting to me, like when it comes to the decision-making process and how chaotic it is. Like, at least if they're going to make stupid decisions, at least stick to them and stop being so chaotic about it. At least pick a lane and stay in it. Right now, it's just chaos. Like, one day it's like, we're taking over Greenland. The next day it's, oh, we're not taking over Greenland. One day it's screw Ukraine. One day it's let's support our allies. It's like, if you're going to be anti-EU, then just say it and stick with it. If you're going to be pro-Ukraine, say it and stick with it. Just pick a lane. Please pick a lane. It's just, the insanity is insane.
It really is, honestly, and it's exhausting, folks. It really is, because we've been on the channel and we try and keep as politically neutral as we can, but then we watch this guy make the worst decisions every day in every way. There's not a singular decision that has been good at this point, save for like maybe 2 or 3. and that's it. Like, there's been hundreds of other decisions made, and they've all been abhorrently terrible. And then it's like the last administration would hardly ever make a decision, and then when they make one, like, the spirit of the right decision would be there, but then they'd hardly follow through at all, which is annoying in its own way. But at least it leaves you knowing, like, well, at least they're kind of working that way in foreign policy in the right direction. And then the current one just does the completely wrong thing, in every way. Like, even with the battleship deal, and it's really even more so infuriating because with how modern America works is that people get into like cults. So if you say that like the last president was doing anything wrong, people would tell you you're lying. And especially with the current president who like has like this cult worship going on around him, if you say that the concept of a battleship is stupid, which anyone would have taken at face value as fact if the president wasn't involved in this as fact, if you say that it's stupid, people want to sit there and act like you don't know what you're talking about when we're literally talking about a guy who, before he became president, the best he did was like run some casinos and some hotels. And, you know, whenever you listen to him talk, he has like the vocabulary of a fifth grader. So he clearly isn't, you know, I would say, in my opinion, he clearly doesn't know a lot about much of anything, especially anything in foreign policy or the military. And so this guy is going to say, I'm going to design a battleship when battleships are obsolete. The thing has as much firepower as a destroyer. And then I sit there and say, this is absolutely stupid. And not only that, an extreme waste of funds, like the Golden Dome is as well. And then people want to sit there and tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about when I don't run hotels and casinos. I read about history, foreign policy, and how warfare works, and read endless books that the Army publishes about how our enemies operate. And we also cover and analyze war, and not to toot our own whistle, but we generally about 90% of the time get our analysis correct, which is shooting far better odds than the office of the president is right now. And that's what makes
it gets really hard. You know, it's hard enough to manage all the foreign policy around the world, and obviously the president doesn't personally handle it. He has the State Department and all the you know, deputies and things handle it and all that, which is the way it's supposed to work. But the problem is the president has to make the final calls. Like the State Department and the secretary will bring those final calls to him and say, "What do you want to do, Mr. President?" And they'll present the options. So the president has to make the final call. But it's hard enough when things are stable. It's really hard when you have a bunch of domestic crises, political crises stacking up that are, you know, monumental, like 30 times worse than Watergate. It gets pretty hard to really focus on foreign policy and make good decisions when your entire bandwidth mentally is being taken up with trying to learn how to navigate a political crisis that was manufactured by self. It's ridiculous.
And then someone says, so much for unbiased news. No, it's unbiased. When someone's stupid, we call them stupid. And we would be biased to say that the president's a genius. I mean, like, that would truly be the biased answer at this point, is that the guy is smart. Because, I mean, at this point, like, I just got to say this, folks. I'm not trying to get political at all here. But when everyone from his first term that was involved in foreign policy or the military walks away and says that he doesn't know what he's doing and he won't listen to anyone, I mean, that kind of tells you a little bit about what's going on right now. You know, it doesn't take a lot to see that. It also doesn't take a lot to hear that the guy says that he knows everything about everything on the planet better than anyone else, and then when he ever makes a decision on it, it's like the worst decision possible. Like, for example, I know how to make deals and negotiate, and then he negotiates a peace treaty between Thailand and Cambodia, and then literally a month later, they're back to war, and it's a worse war than the first one. You know, it's like that, like, and then you sit there and say something like, well, that clearly failed, which is exactly what we said was going to happen, because anyone with a novice understanding of foreign policy would have seen that one coming. And then people want to tell us that we don't know what we're talking about when it literally happened. It's like we say stuff on this channel all the time, and people want to say, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about because you're only 23." And clearly, this guy who's only been involved in real estate and casinos and hotels is going to know more about you and foreign policy. It's like, well, that's not that guy's subject matter expertise. It's like the other guy who builds rockets and electric cars. His expertise is not foreign policy. You know, like people who are involved in foreign policy aren't multi-billionaires of these larger companies, or multi-billionaires at all. Like, if you look at anyone who's ever been involved in foreign policy, they might be multimillionaires, but they're not multi-billionaires. You don't have to be a multi-billionaire to be far more of a subject matter expert on something than a multi-billionaire. Like like I don't
Yeah.
know why in the world that's the qualification nowadays to be able to talk about something is, oh well, this guy ran some casinos and he has like a net worth of a couple of billion, or this guy shoots off rockets and he's got a net worth of hundreds of billions. It's like, yeah, they might do that, but the guy who ran Kellogg's cereal was also a multi-billionaire, and he said that any form of intercourse was absolutely verboten. You know, it's just for biological reasons. Like that guy clearly didn't know biology because it's like the human population is going to die off if they don't have kids. I mean, that just makes no sense. I mean, you know, and then another guy, another billionaire, John. Let's see, I think his name was John Paul Getty. I believe his son or his nephew was taken hostage in Italy, and he would only allow for a ransom up to several $1,000,000 and some odd change because that was the maximum amount deductible by insurance. It's like, so this guy clearly doesn't know anything about how to deal with family, because the kid got his ear chopped off because his dad was wanting to play hardball. You know, it's like. You know, like, do these people know a lot because they have a load of money? And the answer is no. It's like there's some people.
And also, it's like the people that are billionaires, they likely became billionaires because they're business people, and most of those business people have business dealings in foreign countries. So it's like, isn't there a conflict of interest there? It's like these billionaires that have business interest in the company or in the countries where these geopolitical decisions are being made. It's like, should they really be involved with, you know, settling wars or negotiating wars? Because they might have an interest in either, you know, stopping it for their own benefit or maybe keeping it going for their own benefit. You never really know. So, I mean, it seems like a conflict of interest. And also on top of that, it's like, should we really be letting the billionaires jump in there? They already have a lot of power to begin with when it comes to their business dealings. Should we really let them jump in there and start making the decisions on behalf of the government? It's like, I don't know when it became normalized for these people to sort of like mix up politics with their own business interests. I'm not sure when that started happening, but that should be separate, completely separate.
It should be. And it's so annoying, folks, to watch this go on. And you know what's even stupider, folks, is that someone in the live chat again is about to say, well, this is clearly unbiased, when I'm literally advocating for them to actually have a share in the decision-making process of this country, which they currently don't have. And didn't have in the last administration, didn't have in this one. And I'm saying the folks of this country, the actual people who live, breathe, bleed, and die for this country every day, ought to be the ones who make the decisions instead of a few people at the top. And then people want to get offended that I'm saying that they ought to have a say in how things go around here. It's just idiocy sometimes these days. I'm proud of the country to a great deal, and it pains me tremendously to see the stuff that goes on these days. Over the last 3 years, it was plenty of pain to see, and it's just more now. It's even further now. It's saddening, really, because it would be so easy, folks. It is so easy to turn the whole thing around from how it's been going and to really make this far better than it ever could have been. It's not that hard. And for some reason, it seems like the best efforts of mice and men cannot culminate in anything that's beneficial at all. But anyways, folks, we've got to speed up a great deal because I was actually just told we have 35 super chats left before we even get to the live chats, and we're already starting to run overtime. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to none other than Jay Bagwell, a friend of the channel. And thank you very much, Jay, for that $20 support. And we do appreciate that. And he said, Merry Christmas, guys. And it's been a hell of a ride this year. And here's to making the best of things in good times and bad. And no place I'd rather be than with the Enforcer channel.
Hey, and thank you so much for the kind words and the support. And a Merry Christmas to you and a Happy New Year. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a $20 support from Protectorius, who put in that 20. And thank you very much, good sir, for that support. He said, while it's unfortunate, the SDF were never going to get what they wanted, and this is real world and real politic, and the FDS should surrender with haste, integrate with the new government, and it's time. They can push for reform within.
They're going to get massacred, you know. There's no reform with the SIG. Everyone who's tried to even act like they're similar to a Sunni Arab, they get genocided on the coast and down in the Sawaida government. So, I mean, that would be a good idea if it wasn't the HTS running the country, but it's a terrorist group running the country. And that would be like saying, you know, that's like basically like on a domestic term, that'd be like saying let Antifa or some other group here in the United States run the country and let the other group just calmly remonstrate to them or any other group like the Proud Boys. People who don't agree with them are going to get beat probably to death or put in prison or worse. I mean, that's not really a good position to put some people in. But with that, I hope that does address that well. And thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Snow White Sigint, who put in a 20 and said, this section, I'm for it.
And thank you so much for supporting and helping this channel to keep on running. And thank you for enjoying. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. And we are on to the next one.
All right. Also, by the way, I saw argumentatively sound. They said, guys, you don't need to make excuses or make sense to have an opinion. I'll be honest with you. I don't know if Andrew agrees with me on this, but there's some things that, like, I think we need to stop, making, like, I guess you could say disclaimers about, because like we can be non-political, but at some point though, if something's so blatantly like wrong objectively, and there are some things that are just objectively wrong, I mean, we can't be scared to say something about that just because somebody's going to find that political. If you agree with me.
Oh yeah, I generally agree with that at this point. The reason why though we give disclaimers like that, argumentatively sound, is because there are people who get angry over anything. Like when we would criticize national security oversights in the Biden administration, there were Democrats that would get very pissed off about that and let us have it and give us death threats and stuff. And now it's the same thing, but it's with the Republicans over Trump. Like anything that we say about foreign policy where it's like, that's not really a good move, which we did in the prior administration, we get death threats over it. It's a whole deal. So we always have to try and give a disclaimer when we're saying that, look, we're not biased here or anything. This is just a bad move and a bad idea. And then people still don't get it anyway. So I don't even know why we give that disclaimer, because for a lot of people who are in these Kool-Aid drinking cults, no matter whose political aisle it's on, if we say anything that makes it sound like their guys making a bad move when they hate us already. It doesn't matter whether we said we were non-political and looking at this from an analytical perspective or not. So honestly, we're probably just going to lift those disclaimers, because I think everyone kind of gets the idea. We're not political, but we also have enough sense to see something that's stupid for what it is. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Terry Davis, who puts on a 20. And Terry said, enforcers, I think Ukraine's cyber team might attack the Russian SWIFT system and try to grab whatever liquid assets the Russians have left. And what do you think?
It's possible they could try and do that, but I think the SWIFT banking system is a really secure one, so it would be pretty hard to pull off, but they might give it a try at some point. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next ones go to Mr. Glock, who's there, LSA, who put in a $20 support. And thank you very much, Mr. Glock, for once again throwing in that generous support. And we do appreciate that very much. And while we're at it, a big shout out to none other than Old Trucker 379, who also threw in a 20. And we appreciate you very much as well. But Enforcer, what say you?
Hey, and thank you so much to each and every one of y'all for the support, because y'all are helping us to keep this thing running and make this thing possible. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Jenna, last name Tolls, who put in a 20, of course, and said, what more on redacted the files with a black highlighter, making it viewable with a copy and paste? This sounds like a certain type of job here. Honestly, that is crazy, though. The rumor on the street, and I'm not joking when I say this, but I don't know it for a fact, so it's just a rumor, so take it with a grain of salt. The rumor on the street is a certain particular agency that was formed in the government to cut costs, apparently, allegedly, cut the subscription to Adobe Pro. So that is apparently why they were not redacting it the proper ways, because they did not have the proper software to redact it the right way. So you could then take the redacted documents, copy and paste the redactions, and it would literally, like you said, just show up all the text outside the redactions, which is obviously a huge issue for them at least, but great for the rest of us. But Enforcer, what say you?
I have to say, hooray for government budget cuts, so that way we can put it towards useless battleships. A great thing to know that we cut all of that funding. But what's kind of crazy about that, folks, is that we technically cut the funding and then we really didn't even cut it at all. As a matter of fact, it's even increased. So we just cut funding to certain things and then increased it in every other way. So, that's interesting. I wonder why that works that way. Anyways, with that...
It's kind of ironic, too, that the little agency that allegedly cut that was a friend of the leadership. A little bit interesting with that. It turns out that little cutting of budgets, if that is true, of course, apparently didn't work out too well on that front.
Man, shout out to Big Nuts for helping to make that possible.
Big balls.
Man,
He had the big balls.
Man, I gotta tell you, man, and now it appears that they're gonna really need some cojones to get through the trials and tribulations of what's to come. But anyways, with that, folks, it is time for us to move on and into the next one.
And our next one goes to CIA Accounts Payable Blackouts Accounting, who puts in a $20 support. And thank you very much, good sir, for that support once again. He said, part of your warrior bonus, direct from the top.
Oh.
Also, we haven't served, by the way, just to make that clear. But they said keep up the good work.
I gotta say, thank you so much for the support. Thank you for wanting us to keep up the good work, and thank you for the warrior bonus. We're happy to have it. Oh man, a big warrior. Goodness gracious, I got my spear out, and I just came out of my hut, and we're gonna go get on a longboat, and we're gonna go and pillage the coastlines or something like that somewhere. I don't know where. Hell, maybe Liberia. There's not a lot to get there, but we'll give it a shot. But still, a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Arar983. And Arar said for the Yule Log Fund.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support for the Yule Log. I don't know a lot about Yule Logs, but a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Nathan Ringerwall, who puts in a 20 as well, and said the enforcers have been designated Ukrainian Santa Claus. What do you gift them to make sure Putin has a bad new year?
I would gift them Tomahawk cruise missiles. That would guarantee a very bad new year for sure. So I hope that does, and also an ability to launch them, not just the Tomahawks, but with a launcher. But I hope that does address that well. Big thanks to you once again for support and help this channel to keep rolling. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from James Connor, who threw in that 20, of course. And thank you very much, James, as well. He said, James here from Maryland, and I've listened to you guys almost every night since April of 2022. He's a longtime channel legend for sure. He said, thanks for representing American values and for that amazing Santa improv session. And Merry Christmas and Slava Ukraine.
And thank you so much for enjoying the improv session. We try and make them the best we can, and we greatly appreciate that you liked it and got a good laugh. And so with that, a huge thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Rye Guy SR. And Rye Guy said, you guys rock, and you guys have started more than just news. It's a movement of educating people for the betterment of the country. And you'll deserve a round of LSA in the chat, and wish you a happy and safe holiday, and take one from the chat.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. I like to think that the Lee Spring Army is a movement really in its own self. And hopefully it will turn into it, because I gotta be honest with y'all, folks, with how things are going these days, I don't really want to run for politics, but I think that it's better than not, because it's not getting any better, and it's not going to get any better unless if someone tries to get involved and do something to some degree. But it takes more than one person also, by the way. Like, I'm not under the misillusion that one person can change the entire thing, but it's going to take a movement to get something done, that's for sure. But with that, a huge thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that has addressed it the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the live chat question is going to go to Ukraine Press, who said, what do you think of the chances of Ukraine taking control of Crimea at any point in the future?
It's basically impossible. Even Zelensky said that they'll probably never have the abilities to actually try and pull through with that. So, I don't think that's ever going to be a reality, at least in this conflict. They can probably get it back by treaty, but they're going to see. Also, I see Pele Smith saying, so no enforcer for president? No, enforcer for president in 2040. But I got to be honest with y'all, after watching, after being out here, on YouTube and having to deal with political people who come through here, it really is exhausting to see that some of the voting public is very, like, a lot of the voting public is actually quite intelligent. Some of them, though, which are the loudest ones, are incredibly ignorant. And that's from both ends, because we've had to deal with both ends over the years. They're incredibly ignorant, and they really don't know what they're talking about. And to get a lot of people on board to vote for you, you got to have those really ignorant people behind you. Which I don't like, you have to appeal to them some way, and I don't really know how in the world I'd ever do that, and I really don't like having to be around people that I feel are killing off my intelligence by being around them, people who say stuff like freedom of speech shouldn't exist I like how each party, when they get in, they say that, but when they're not the one in charge, they talk about how they're being persecuted. Like a lot of people sat there in the last administration. Oh, I can't talk about certain kinds of illnesses and stuff. Oh, I can't talk about how I want. Why? Oh, we need free speech in this country, and then they get elected, and then they talk about free speech as a national security threat. And how it needs to be suppressed and put down because they're not agreeing with. It's like I can't stand that kind of stuff. It absolutely kills me. That stuff is the stuff that really aggravates me the most. And you have to deal with an atmosphere like that these days, where people beg for authoritarianism when they've lived under the comfort of living in a free country and never having to know what authoritarianism feels like or what it really
I
is.
I love the voting public. I feel that I speak for the people that you reference. I speak to those people, and we have something here that you just have to know how to say it right. You just have to know how to say it. Honestly, the voting public is fantastic out there. Very intelligent voting public, and I think they know to vote the right way, and they know to vote for the enforcer. They know to vote. They know to vote the right way. That's why you got to say it.
Well, I mean, you could say it like that, man, but the truth is, folks, is that there are a lot of people on the far right and the far left that call for authoritarianism these days and the suppression of free speech and most civil liberties and rights that America has had and has existed and thrived under for 250 years. And those people I don't understand. And I know you
Yeah.
got to appeal to them, but at the same time, just speaking truthfully here, I don't understand that. And you've got to try and figure out how to appeal to people who don't even want to live in a democratic system, to where there is discourse or discord in the public, to where there's a difference in opinions and a debate of reason. Like those times are ceasing to exist because everyone's looking at it as an us versus them thing, and for us to survive, we must kill off and destroy the other half. And as many people know, the old saying from Abraham Lincoln is, "A house divided against itself cannot stand," and people are too blind and stupid sometimes these days to see that they're literally ripping at the foundation of the house apart on their own.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I think you just got to tell them that. You just got to say it. Unfortunately, here's the unfortunate part. People are going to find this to be somewhat crass, but the way you get elected is you have to use hatred. Unfortunately, which I don't like that at all. By the way, I'm not endorsing that, but that's what you kind of have to do because, unfortunately, with the way the country has become so polarized, if the other side is using hatred to try to mobilize people against you, which they are going almost 100% going to do, they've done that in the last few elections, then you got to play the same dirty game or you're going to lose the election. That's just the bottom line. So it's always about villainizing the hell out of the other side. It's about that. It shouldn't be that way. It should be about a constructive debate to figure out who's more intelligent, who's able to handle the stuff better. But that's unfortunately the way it's gotten. So unless you're willing to villainize the hell out of the other person and make them sound, terrible, then you're likely to lose.
Also, someone just said this, man. Like this folks is the true intelligence of a real political person. Someone just said, "I bet you guys voted for Obama. The last time he was elected, I was 10 years old. I couldn't have even voted for him. I was literally 8 years below voting age." Like that, and that's the stupidity you deal with, folks, is that people don't even think about stuff like that. We're 23. The last time an election came around that guy was in, we weren't even old enough to vote. We were like 8. We were 2 entire presidential elections away from ever even having a chance to vote. You deal with people. You deal with people like that commonly, folks. Like whenever you bring up anything that's common sense and reason, some stupid person from some stupid political affiliation, it's always the right and the left. They're always going to come at you and go, "I bet you voted for Bush or Obama," and it's like, no, I wasn't even old enough. It's like I turned 18 in let's see, what was it? 2020? Yeah, I turned 18 in 2020. I didn't even have a chance to vote for anyone back then. Like that's like the dumbest thing. Yeah, the 10-year-old voted for Obama. It's like what type of stupid argument is that? I guess that was a real one. And then they also have the stupid culture these days, folks, of owning the what is it, the neocons, and owning the libs. Like there's no legitimate argument or debate that's had anymore. It's just everyone throwing gotchas at each other, hoping that one of them sticks and they're able to stick the knife in and twist it verbally. You don't get real debates these days. You just get stupid gotchas like that don't even make any sense when you look at the totality of the facts that we were literally 10 years old when that election happened. So it's like It's like, what the hell? It's like, what are you, like, what the hell do you even know about us? It's like, hell, how the hell?
They're a
how the hell?
product. The candidates are a product of their environment. And also, I'm not giving disclaimers on this, by the way, but also the current fella, you might notice he waited a long time to run. He was wanting to run for president for a very, very long time. I think it was for over 10, 15, 20 years or something. He kept putting it off. I think at one point he actually tried to run, but it didn't go anywhere. But he's a product of the environment, though, and it worked out in the modern day because society accepted that type of mindset. That's why it worked out. It wouldn't have worked 15, 20 years ago. That's why it didn't work out. But it worked now because of how polarized and hateful everybody's gotten. It actually worked.
Yeah, and also like, people are so black and white these days about politics, folks. Do y'all not understand that every single president does some good things and some bad things? Like, you can come up with some bad things that every single one of them did in foreign policy, and some good things. Some of them did more worse things than bad things, I'll say, like, openly. And it doesn't really matter political affiliation. Some people just have the gift of foreign policy, and some of them are bad at it. This one's probably the worst I've ever seen. Like, just to be honest, the last one was the worst yet at that point. This one is the worst now, like, without a doubt. Didn't matter political affiliation. It's just looking at what they do and how badly this is turning out, and then you can go, they're good or not. It's so goofy, folks, because people will sit there and think because you criticize one political party, you must be in the other one, and you have to agree with everything they say. Like, the JCPOA that we agreed with on Iran that was under the Obama administration was a terrible idea because it was basically working on their faith and credit in Iran, which they have none, and they clearly have been working on their nuclear program since then, and everybody knew that back then when we signed that treaty, so we already knew it was a mistake. You don't, like, that doesn't now mean that I lean all the way to the right and agree with everything they say over there, but it means that I have the brains and the common sense to not cult worship a political party and to look at something for what it is and say whether it's good or not, regardless of the political affiliation. And I could do that with any administration. We did it with the last one. We did it with this one. We're doing it with this one. I could do it with any of them, all the way to the beginning of U.S. history with George Washington as the first president. I could tell you all kinds of things that they did that were good and bad. And that doesn't mean that I have to subscribe to any political belief or any political ideal, but it does drive me crazy to see stupidity being the driving engine of the nation's foreign policy and decision making every single day at this point. Like you would have to be stupid to say that this is great foreign policy. Like you would have to be blind or in a cult to say that this is great. Yeah. But anyways, we've got to get to more questions. So what do we got, Matthew?
And our next one goes to Access Denied, who puts in a 20. And Access Denied said, Merry Christmas to my favorite news streamers and helping me stay up to date with the current events. And normally I'd wish us all a happy, better new year. But as the German chancellor said, I fear we had our last peaceful year.
I would have to say I thank you for the support, and unfortunately he might be right. But I hope he's not right, but we'll have to see. But a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who help to keep this thing running and make this thing possible. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Ed, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Ed, as well, for that support. He said, I hope this one goes through. And Matt, could you read me a live chat question? And Merry Christmas to all the LSA. And yes, I can, Ed. And thank you very much for that $20 support. And we do appreciate it. And the live chat question in honor of Ed goes to Kevin. He said, what about the report of the munitions train being blown up on the Kerch Bridge? Is that true?
No, we didn't get any reports of that or any video and picture evidence, so that sounds to be fabricated story from whoever made it. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have an $11 super chat from Plazoth, and Plazoth said, Merry Christmas to everyone in the LSA.
Hey, and Merry Christmas to you. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Pianfar. And Pianfar said, could these battleships be something like the previously proposed arsenal ships?
I mean, kind of. It really looks more like a failed DD. I think it's the DDX project that was proposed. Let me go pull that one up really quickly. This was a proposed design for a ship that was supposed to go eventually into service, but we canceled the project. But if you look at that one and then you look at, let me go pull this thing up again. Oh god, I hate looking at it. If you look at this thing though, kind of at an angle, it actually looks like it's just the DDGX, but it's got a whole bunch of stupid additional weaponry on board, and it's also got an 8-inch thick armor belt. So that's what it's kind of looking like to me. But this thing had a good design philosophy behind it because it was working on more conventional concepts. This thing is just ridiculous because it's got a battleship armor belt on it. If it was a normal DDGX like this one was, that's great. I mean, like, this was actually a good design concept, and it's really not that far off from this one in terms of its hull design and hull shape. But as far as the weaponry on board, this one is completely impractical. The armor belt's absolutely stupid. And this thing actually did that right and was more so a traditional design. So that's generally where it seems to be coming from what I can tell. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Aquanut, and they put in a 10 and said, long live the LSA and Merry Christmas to everyone.
And thank you so much for the support, and Merry Christmas to you as well, and I hope everyone has a Merry Christmas here as well. And so a big thanks to you so much once again, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Inquisitor Holt, who did not leave a comment, but thank you very much, Inquisitor, for that 10, and we do appreciate it. And we also have a 10 from Mobile Tech, who said it didn't help, or don't help. Let me restart. Mobile Tech said, don't help when we have a monopoly on shipbuilding companies. Also, the USS Jersey was used in Vietnam and fired more rounds than World War II and Korean combined, which my father said was the angel from above.
And thank you so much for the support, and that is actually true. And it's an interesting fact that it would get mothballed and then pulled back out into service for Korea and Vietnam. But the Iowa-class battleships basically turned into coastal artillery batteries and would be able to conduct heavy artillery bombardments, which was one thing that it was incredibly good at. But rather than being a shore bombardment support ship, the battleships never really served their intended purpose, which was to duke it out and brawl it out with other battleships. They never did. The only time that that ever happened would be that, well, not really the Battle of Tsushima, that was pre-Dreadnought, but really the Battle of Jutland is the only time that Dreadnought-era battleships ever went up against each other, and that was really the only major battleship naval engagement in history. Beyond that, they basically were just coastal artillery bombardment. Very effective at that for sure, but the modern day and age has moved far beyond a ship crawling up to about 10 miles from the coast and conducting shore bombardments. It was a great thing back then, but nowadays that would be a sitting duck to be knocked out and sank like the Moskva in the Black Sea. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Great Southwest Trains, who puts in a 10. He said, Merry Christmas and LSA.
And Merry Christmas to you, and long live the Lee Spring Army. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Ed, who puts in a 10. He said, also, could you give a shout out for BC Skyman, a hero of the channel?
Hey, and a huge shout out to BC Skyman. BC Skyman is a channel legend and an old guard, a pillar of the LSA community. And I got to say a huge thanks to him for always being here and enjoying the show. And a big thanks to you for the support and wanting to give a shout out to BC Skyman. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And this one is going to go to Brian Gonzalez, who put in a 10. He said, the true journey following the channel is watching you shaking off preconceptions you grew up with merely by staying actively informed, forming informed opinions, and refusing to be fed opinions.
Well, thank you so much for the support. A lot has changed over the years. YouTube has exposed us to a lot of different stuff that we didn't have growing up, and you gotta mature pretty quickly running a YouTube channel in a lot of ways, lest you get run off like others do from harassment and all sorts of other stuff. But I do thank you so much for supporting and enjoying this channel and enjoying watching over the years. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from George Tencher. And George said, Merry Christmas and LSA.
Hey, and Merry Christmas to you. And of course, long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Like United Campoma, who put in a 5. And they said, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And thanks for all that hard work. And LSA and Putin's a bad way. Did Lotto take responsibility for the issue that they had in Moscow?
I didn't hear that they took any credit for that, but I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have another 5 from Mobile Tech, who said aircraft carriers are named after presidents, Ford class after Gerald R. Ford example, but I agree the new ships don't appear to be very effective. But also, by the way, they're not named while the president's in office, though. That's the difference right there. They had a little bit more class than that, and then named the ship after him and put their name on the side of it like a narcissist. But Enforcer, what say you?
Let me go pull this up really quickly. So not a single ship in the U.S. Navy, from what I can find from a quick Google search, has been named after a sitting or living U.S. or just really a sitting U.S. president. Some of them have been named after him while they're still living, like the George H.W. Bush, but none of them have ever been sitting presidents that have named a ship after themselves. That is look, I'm just going to be upfront, folks. That is extremely narcissistic to do that. Who the hell does that? Like, nobody does that. No president in U.S. history has done that. Like, if this, like, I don't mean to say it like this, folks, but if this guy really loves the United States of America and the people of the United States and loves history, couldn't he have come up with some name of a historical figure that was a very important person in either U.S. naval history or American history, or maybe named it after a state in honor of a state or an animal of the United States that the U.S. is proud of? That's usually what everyone else has named him after, like the Iowa-class battleship, like any submarine in service currently, or any destroyer in service. They sometimes are named after people who were politicians, but they're not in office when it's named after them. That'd be like me getting into the office and going, this is going to be the Enforcer class. We're also going to call this the Enforcer wing. We're also going to call this Enforcer DC. We're also going to call this media. We're going to call Washington DC Union Station the Enforcer's greatest train station, Union Station. Like that, so like having to go around and have your name slapped on everything is extremely narcissistic. I would be sick till I was green and throwing up if anyone even named anything after me while I was alive, much less the president who actually has the authority to name the stuff. Who would ever want to do that? Like, most people, whenever they get any praise publicly, they feel embarrassed. I mean, like, so clearly going around and naming stuff after yourself, that's just silly. I mean, that's not just silly, that's just extremely narcissistic. I mean, I can't think of anyone who would do that. But anyways, with that, I hope that addresses that well. But the naming stuff, that's absolutely ridiculous. Like, if people thought he was great, they can name it after him after he's not the president, if he's that great. I mean, like, if you're truly a great president, you don't have to go around naming stuff after yourself. People are going to name it for you. Like, Abraham Lincoln didn't have to commission a warship in the Civil War and call it the USS Abraham Lincoln. No, in the modern day, we found him to be such a great president, we named an aircraft carrier the USS Abraham Lincoln in his honor. Like everyone else.
This actually has some honor and class, actually.
Yeah, I mean, that's true too. Like you know,
classless.
Like you know, you didn't like, I've never seen like a man. Like, I just got to say this, folks, for the people who say that that's fine. Imagine if the last president had commissioned the brand new aircraft carrier that's about to come out, the USS John F. Kennedy, and he changed the name to the USS Joseph R. Biden while he was president. People would have flipped their shit. I mean, rightfully so. Who in the world, as a sitting president, names a ship after themselves? Nobody. I mean, like, this is as goofy now as it would have been in the last administration. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And a big shout out to Levi Leaf, who put in a $10 support. And thank you very much, Levi, for that support, and also being a longtime channel legend. And we do appreciate that support very, very much. And we also had a 5 from Quadrillion343, who said, in my opinion, the only people that should be getting ships and bases named after them are combat vets. And if they didn't serve, then give them like a street name or something. And yeah, they should, honestly. Like, it honestly, like, pisses me off, really, like, to see the president trying to name a ship class after himself. It's like, can we, like, the self-glorification is, like, going to the extreme here. It's like, can you not name a ship after yourself? Like, you know, it's okay to go and have, like, awards made for you and stuff like that, but could you not name a ship after yourself? Like, is that not going too far? Maybe. But Enforcer, what say you?
I mean, hell, if I was naming a ship, I would honestly say name it after a geographical area of the United States, not even a state. Like, if I was coming up with a missile cruiser or something like that, I would say, how about the Yosemite or the Yellowstone class guided missile cruiser, or maybe something like the Atlantic class or the Pacific class or something like that. Or something within the United States, or maybe an important and influential person from the past, like maybe the John Paul Jones class guided missile cruiser, something that calls back to American history and a point of legacy and pride within this country, or maybe name it after a major naval engagement that we've won, like the Leyte Gulf class or something like that. But instead, it's named after the sitting president by the sitting president under his authority. I gotta say this, folks. If I was a good president, I wouldn't worry about having anything named after me. I bet it's fine, and I really don't care, because when I die one day, I'm sure they're going to name a ship after me or something someday, and who cares? You're dead anyways. I don't know what it matters. But anyways, with that, a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Cynical Signotic, who said, I think the idea is more of it being a supersized Arleigh Burke destroyer, and it's stupid, but I think that's the idea.
I mean, it's got the same firepower, but it costs way more. And the thing is that we need firepower. The modern day revolves around volume of firepower in every way. In a firefight, in a naval engagement, in an air war, it's about how many missiles can we have in the air at one time. And an Arleigh Burke only costs about $2 billion a ship. So for about the same cost as 7 Arleigh Burkes, it costs the same for a Trump-class battleship, and it has as much firepower as this thing. So you can have 7 times the firepower for the same price, or you can have a really stupid battleship that's completely obsolete with that same amount of firepower that's 4 times heavier, meaning that's going to require far more power for propulsion. And on top of that, it costs $15 billion to $10 billion to make one. It costs more than an aircraft carrier. It makes no sense. I don't even see the sense behind that at all, especially from an administration that says they want to be cost effective. You would think they'd be cost effective by saying, let's just build more Burkes. Let's just upgrade them to be more modern, and we'll build more Burkes. That's what I would do if I was the president. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from X10man, who put in that 5 and said the Wisconsin and Missouri were used in the Gulf War. And I think the president saw the scene in the movie Battleship and is playing AC/DC.
I think so. They were used in the Gulf War, but they were pulled out of mothball service, refitted, and then they were put into the Gulf War and then retired right afterwards. But still, a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping the channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Cachulian343, put in 2 super chats and said nuclear missiles on battleships doesn't even make sense when you have subs. It's just a giant target, ugly too, and no drone defense, plus a railgun. What the hell? The only way I can see battleships being useful in the modern days is escorts for other ships mounted with anti-drone weapons, and even then, though.
Yeah, I would agree. It's just an obsolete platform. That's why they're no longer around. But a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Max Daniel, and Max Daniel said that a Twitter page reported Coast Guards waiting on specialized equipment before they boarded the Bella 1.
Yes, and that's actually what we heard as well. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Justin, who said, can you redacted about redacted and how it relates to redacted? JK, Merry Christmas, and LSA.
That's a good one. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And of course, a Merry Christmas to you as well. So huge thanks to you once again. And we are on to the next one.
And we have a 4 from George Tincher, as well as a 3 from Marc-Andre Burnett, and a 3 from Randolph Eck. And thank you all 3 very much for that support, and we do appreciate that very, very much. And we also have a 2 from Ostraka, who said, I ate all my snacks during the intro.
Oh, dang. Sorry about that. But hopefully you were able to get some snacks in the question segment, the first question segment we had. But a huge thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And we have a 2 from Marc-Andre Burnett, who said, Merry Christmas, and thank you for the amazing work.
Hey, and thank you so much for enjoying our work, and a Merry Christmas to you, and a huge thanks to you. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Alcacer, who puts in a 2, and said, what if the partisans were bold and bald? LOL.
Bold and brash. But a big thanks to you for the support. And I mean, that's a good question. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Blue Jenna, last name Tolls, loves waffles, who put in a 10. And thank you very much for the support once again. And Jenna said, copy and paste that redacted super chat so you can read it. Honestly, not a bad idea. I was about to do that. I was about to copy and paste it right over there, and I was about to see what it said. And let's see here. They said, can you talk about a certain island and how it relates to oranges?
Oh, ho, ho, ho, ho. Oh, ho, ho.
I can just buy my way out of it. But thank you very much for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on rolling. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we have a 2 from Plazoth, who did not leave a comment. But thank you very much, Plazoth, for that support, and we do appreciate it. And we also have a 2 from Aquanut yet again, who said, next we'll need Santa's crib for national defense. Santa's crib.
Oh, man, honestly, I tell you. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. This is folks like you that make this thing possible. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Par-Baked Potato, who put in a 2, first of all, and said, are the ships going to have gold leaf?
Oh, you know it. Only the finest Lowe's decorations covered in gold leaf. So big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Mobile Tech, who puts in another 10 and said, I don't have a problem with the name of the class because it's just a name, but make it worth naming it if it's the case. At least have them look amazing and effective. Belts are good drone ships, at least. Honestly, Mobile Tech, the name would be a lot less offensive if the ship was effective. But honestly, for me, I think it's offensive just because it's so absurd and also so, I guess, arrogant is the word to name something after yourself. It's like, for example, it's like if you're competing in like a soccer match and you're the one who organized the soccer match and you award yourself the trophy, it's that kind of crazy shit that you're like, what the hell is wrong with this person? You're like, this person has seriously got some problems. You wouldn't do that unless you were insane. Like it's that level of absurdity that's where I take an issue with it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I got a lot of issues with it. Like it's narcissistic to name something that way. I mean, this guy is the president. He's got the authority to name the thing. And technically he goes to the Secretary of Navy, but he still has overriding power on the Secretary of the Navy. He can just have him dismissed and replaced, so that way he can name it if the Secretary of Navy refused to allow him to do that. Like, you know, it's literally like something from a cartoon that you would have seen as a kid, where like the evil person in the cartoon took over the world, so they put like their name on everything and they spray painted on the walls and shit. Like it's just narcissistic to the umpteenth degree. And it's also sickening that a president elected by the citizenry would use the authority that they've been invested in, which is a great power, which comes great responsibility, to then name the premier capital ship, future ship of the United States after themselves. Like no one's ever done that before. Like no president in U.S. history has done that. It's like if no president in history has done that, then there's something quite odd about that and very narcissistic. I mean, that is the extreme of narcissism. That would be like me becoming the president and then naming the office of the presidency the enforcership and doing that by executive order, and then from then on, everyone's not a president, they're an enforcer, and they're the enforcer to keep my legacy alive. Or to, you know, rip down a wing of the White House and then call it the enforcer wing. Or to rename a performing arts center the enforcer so-and-so performing arts center, or something like that. Or to come up with a visa pass that costs $5 million and call it the enforcer golden visa. Like, you know, like that kind of stuff right there. It's like, it wouldn't be a problem with the name if it wasn't for the fact that the person naming it is naming it after themselves. That's what I would think. But anyways, with that, I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also, by the way, we are fresh out of Super Chats, and it's now time to jump into our live chat questions. And jumping first into our Morse code decoders, we had the whole roster. We had Paul Schultz, Kevin J, Mason Miami, Joni Dog, Norm Pritchett, Arabelle Garba, Her Royal Fluffiness, Kushko Batek, Siren Brown Blairstown. And they said, the Morse says, AOW Russia has enough explosions in the streets. It's becoming a lot like Kiev and LLT, LLC.
And that's the sound of money. And y'all got that dead on the nail. That's the Morse code message tonight. I got to congratulate y'all greatly in the Lee Spring Army Signal Corps for getting that correct time and time again, as y'all do amazing work making sure to decipher that Morse code message. And so with that, folks, due to time constraints, we're only going to be able to get 3 live chats. And also a big shout out to Irish Ed, who just threw in a 10 and said, Irish Ed here, Merry Christmas, LSA, Andrew, Matt, and the entire LSA deserves it. And a huge shout out to you, Irish Ed, all the way up there in Philly. And we thank you so much for the support, and we hope that you're doing quite well and that things are going good in your life. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again, and a big Merry Christmas to you as well. And so with that, we are on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one's going to go to CC Tech, who said, hello there, and here's a question. Do you think the U.S. Navy deliberately let the Iranian-linked tanker escape because it was not carrying oil yet?
Maybe. But it sounds like they're still trying to board it at this moment, so I would say probably not. It seems as though they're going to board it on the sheer principle that it attempted to break the blockade and is now being pursued, and they're not going to lose face by allowing it to get away. So I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Plant Lord, who said, guys, with all the high prices and shortages, what is the situation in the supermarkets, etc., for civilians living happy holidays in Russia?
It's not good, and that we know. I can't get into exact details, however, because we haven't really gotten a good price index from there recently, and also seen what the average Russian income is at this point, which it probably is lower, but we don't know how much lower. So unfortunately, we can't really give an exact detail, but it's probably not looking too good, especially if our economy, which is one of the most resilient in the world right now, is looking rough. Then Russia's economy, which is in the midst of a wartime economy, it has to be looking absolutely terrible. And so with that, I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is going to be none other than OK State, who said, why has Southcom not used SEALs or Delta Force to board and seize that tanker?
That's a good question, and I actually wouldn't be able to give you a good answer on that one. Maybe that's the additional assets they're bringing in to help the Coast Guard, but I wouldn't be able to give you a good answer to that one at the moment, because you would think that that'll be the next step, and that might be the next step they're working on right now. We'll have to see. But with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, at least in my opinion. And with that, folks, we've reached the end of tonight's stream. I've got to say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to have had so many of y'all here with us over 4 hours and about 12 minutes. We've had 100,000 views during that time and a peak viewership of 12.4 thousand people. We're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to have had each and every single one of y'all here with us tonight, and we hope that y'all have enjoyed it. Of course, we will not be running streams on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day, and so for that, we will see you all on the 26th of December at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 72 hours of the news from around the world. And so with that, folks, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, and Ram Slava, long live the Late Spring Army, long live the Republic, and a Merry Christmas to all of you.
And with that, folks, thank you all for joining us once again tonight. And a big Merry Christmas to the LSA. And we will see you after Christmas on our next live stream at 10 p.m. Eastern. And we look forward to seeing you then. And in the meantime, though, we will see you all on Twitter, also known as X, where we'll still be posting 24/7. I'm still over there all the time anyway, because I'm pretty much addicted at this point. And also on top of that, we will see you on short war videos if there is enough news to cover. So feel free to hop in the comment section or hop on the Twitter page and let us know what you're thinking if you're feeling like you're having withdrawals from the stream. But thank you all for joining us once again tonight. And also a huge shout out to Quantum Fighter for that 5 sec right there. So Swedish kroner, that is. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And we will see you all on the next one. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Heroam Slava, Merry Christmas, and good night.
To God.